Chapter 789. Dugu Bai did not speak and started to ladle soup for himself. Then he broke a piece of white bread into the soup and slowly ate. Even if he and Jing Liuli guessed correctly, a great grandmaster was still a great grandmaster even if he was injured and could not express his normal power. In the end, he would still face the suppression of pure power. Many times, the counterattack of a Realm 7 grandmaster at death's door was terrifying. To kill someone like Li Sai and survive in the end, this was much more difficult than winning a fair duel against a Realm 7. Dugu Bai admitted that Jing Liuli was the strongest genius in Changling, but he still did not have confidence in Jing Liuli. Do not forget one thing. He finished a bowl of steamed bread, looked at Jing Liuli and reminded, Li Sai is Zheng Xiu's person. Even if you can quickly find his weakness, when you are about to kill him, you will still face Zheng Xiu's Starfire sword. No one is more important to Zheng Xiu than Li Sai. Dugu Bai paused and then added, Zheng Xiu cannot lose such an important partner. She will fight with all her power. So in the end, you will still have to face Zheng Xiu's attack. Jing Liuli frowned deeply and even stopped taking small sips of soup. Previously, she had only considered the problem of cultivation and Li Sai himself. She had not considered this. Theoretically, even if she suddenly broke through to Realm 7, she would not be able to block Zheng Xiu's attack. Why didn't you say so earlier? Moments later, her expression darkened. She put down the bowl and looked up at Dugu Bai. Dugu Bai was slightly helpless and said softly, I was afraid it would affect your fighting spirit. Also, Sect Master Bailey felt that you had a solution, so I could not say more. I thought that if you could not find any possibility, you would not have reached that step. I did not need to remind you of this. You are wrong. Jing Liuli shook her head and said straightforwardly, if you can't block Zheng Xiu's sword no matter what, then it means that all your previous thoughts were all wrong from the start. Dugu Bai was a little stunned. Jing Liuli laughed self-deprecatingly. I was too stupid. I didn't understand Master's true intentions. Whether it was Master or Ding Ning, they had told me many things. Even if they understood, they would not tell me clearly, because if I did not have the process of thinking and improving myself, I would lose the ability to learn by myself. No matter how talented I was, in the end, I would become a commoner, and I would not be able to surpass the path of my seniors. What my master wants me to understand is actually very simple. If I can't avoid Zheng Xiu's sword from the start, then with my current cultivation, I should attack with this sword. Dugu Bai was not stupid. He somewhat understood Jing Liuli's meaning. He was so shocked he could not speak. You mean, you want to use Zheng Xiu's sword to kill Li Sai? Jing Liuli laughed. It should be like this. Li Sai himself should not be able to block Zheng Xiu's full power sword. Dugu Bai's thoughts still could not catch up. But if we don't force Li Sai to the end, if he does not use his energy to ask Zheng Xiu to attack, how can he use Zheng Xiu's sword? And how can he let Zheng Xiu's Starfire sword kill him? Jing Liuli looked at him and did not reply. Because she knew that Dugu Bai could not understand in a moment. He could immediately think of an answer to this question. As expected, in just a breath's time, Dugu Bai reacted and sucked in a breath of cold air. You mean to imitate that aura and mislead Zheng Xiu into sensing it? Jing Liuli nodded. Dugu Bai calmed down slightly but still could not help but say, but this is more difficult than comprehending a method. Li Sai has a unique energy in his body that resonates with Zheng Xiu. While he is still alive, you imitated his dying energy, and made Zheng Xiu think that Li Sai is the enemy. This is too inconceivable. Ordinary people cannot do this, but I am Jing Liuli, and I am also Bailey Sushue's direct disciple. Jing Liuli said this in the most ordinary tone. The words were filled with pride, but in her view, this was a very ordinary truth. Now I finally understand why Master had me cultivate some methods that I thought were useless back in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. So many years ago, he started to prepare to defeat Zheng Xiu's Starfire sword. Before Dugu Bai could recover, she said softly with infinite respect, after the Basin Kendo ground took Jiaodong Commandery, I originally thought that killing Li Sai, the prime minister of the Qin dynasty who was most important to Zheng Xiu, was the greatest blow to Zheng Xiu. But now, I finally understand that defeating the Starfire sword was the greatest blow to Zheng Xiu. The moment she killed Li Sai, she should have understood what happened. What people fear the most is her omnipresent starfire sword. But from now on, in places she cannot see with her own eyes, will she dare to use the starfire sword? With a Minute Mountain Sword sect disciple like me defeating her starfire sword, who can she use the starfire sword to protect? There was a gulp. Dugu Bai forcefully swallowed his saliva. At this time, Dugu Bai could not use words to describe his feelings. He could not help but think of the nether dragon that had flown over Changling. This reminded him again that when Wang Jingmeng had died in battle in Changling, Bailey Sushue had put all his efforts into getting revenge for Wang Jingmeng. So from that time, Bailey Sushue had thought of charging into the Imperial Palace and defeating Zheng Xiu's Starfire Sword. But to defeat the Starfire Sword, he most likely needed a cultivator like Jing Liuli who was more talented than him. Adding on some sudden events, the timing of his plan was disrupted. Otherwise, Minute Mountain Sword Sect would have defeated the Starfire Sword first, and then Bailey Sushue would have charged into the Imperial Palace and succeeded in killing Zheng Xiu. Bailey Sushue was undoubtedly one of the strongest cultivators of this era, but what excited him even more was his friendship with Wang Jingmeng. It was the power of this most sincere friendship that caused Bailey Sushue to use so many years to do these things. He thought with admiration, he wanted to have such a friend in his life. I thought of a way, but no matter if it is comprehending this energy, or getting a better chance against him from his habits, I must have a chance to get close to him. Jing Liuli looked at the thoughtful Dugu Bai and said, now is the time to risk getting close to Li Sai. We must move that friend in the palace. Dugu Bai did not even think and said naturally, I will go with you. Chapter 790. The news that came from the outside was very unfavorable to the nobility of Changling. Most of the present benefits of these nobility came from the change in Changling more than a decade ago. If the Basin Kendo ground would take back Changling, then they would lose everything. The Imperial Palace was the center of Changling's rule. Yet in this period of time, the Imperial Palace was much more stable, or more accurately, much more peaceful. The Empress had not returned from Guanzhong, and the Yuanwu Emperor immediately went into seclusion after returning from Guanzhong. The battle between Qin and Chu had ended. There were no more orders, and the court officials were not as nervous as usual. For the palace attendants and attendants deep in the palace, there were no heart-wrenching screams in the middle of the night. The young Imperial Prince Huhai had recovered well. He no longer had nightmares in the middle of the night, and his personality had become much gentler. He was not as violent and moody as before. From a certain point of view, his personality was a bit like Imperial Prince Fu Su. The credit for this treatment naturally belonged to the physician, Han Yuchen. Huhai was extremely respectful to this physician who had cured him, and even relied on him. Naturally, no one in the palace knew that this so-called divine doctor of Han was actually Zhao Jiao in disguise. In everyone's eyes, this was a Han who had never cultivated, or perhaps could not cultivate at all. Changling worshipped bravery, and sometimes, they would unnaturally lack respect for weak scholars who had no power. Huhai, who had become docile, had a strong reaction to this. A while ago, a palace guard and an official of the Divinity Bureau had been disrespectful to Zhao Jiao, and caused Huhai to fly into a rage. Then the guard and the Divinity Bureau official disappeared from Changling forever. After these things happened, everyone in the palace, including some of the important officials, naturally did not dare to treat Zhao Jiao lightly. Some of the more sensitive people started to realize that Imperial Prince Huhai seemed to have unknowingly started to meddle in many matters in this period of time, and had the support of many people. Simply speaking, this Imperial Prince who did not appear in public other than his title had truly appeared on the stage of the nobility, and was playing the role of a manipulator. Since he was born as a prince, it was easy for him to win over power and make some people listen to him. However, it was very difficult for him to do it slowly without most people noticing. So the physician he relied on was not simple. The sky was as dark as night, and a storm covered Changling. The Chief Inspector Chen of the Divinity Bureau looked through the curtains at the imperial city that seemed to be in a demonic world. Back then, when Yi Xileng returned from overseas, the weather was like this. There were not many days like this in a year. These days, The Divinity Bureau had been arrogant and domineering on the surface. The old subordinates of the Astrology Bureau had been purged in Changling, and all the officials of the Divinity Bureau felt proud. This was not just because the Astrology Bureau had always been the Divinity Bureau's enemy, but also because after removing the Astrology Bureau, the Divinity Bureau was much more powerful than before. In terms of pure power, the Warden's office was naturally higher than the Divinity Bureau and the former Astrology Bureau because the former led all the armies and had more cultivators. But the Divinity Bureau and the Astrology Bureau were responsible for tracking and investigating cultivators. The Divinity Bureau and the Astrology Bureau dealt with the matters of the cultivation world. There was an essential difference between the two. The world of cultivators was more complex and mysterious. After being the commander of the Divinity Bureau for so many years, Chief Inspector Chen naturally developed a sense of smell and intuition that ordinary people did not have. There were no problems with Zhao Gao's disguise as Han Yuchen, but that unique intuition caused Chief Inspector Chen to be certain that there was something wrong with Zhao Gao. But at the same time, no one knew that after Yi Xileng left Changling under Bailey Sushua's protection, all of his actions had changed. The Divinity Bureau gave everyone the feeling that it was still taking on the role of the most important invisible wall of Changling. It was still capturing many dangerous criminals. But only he knew that he was only catching small fish. Those big fish that could affect the situation, he only watched silently. Today, the weather was unusual. Coincidentally, something major was about to happen. Because he did not interact with this doctor, but this doctor came to find him. A carriage belonging to the Imperial City doctor drove out of the Imperial City. As the rain started to fall, it came next to the carriage he was in. Zhao Gao did not get off the carriage. Chief Inspector Chen did not get off either. When the carriages stopped next to each other, the two did not lift the curtains. Many of the powerful in Changling have noticed me, but you keep a distance from me. This is not normal, and makes people suspicious. So I have come to see you. Zhao Gao's voice was the first to reach Chief Inspector Chen's ears. This way, even if I take the initiative, other people will think that you are the one who came to talk to me. In the dark carriage, Chief Inspector Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and did not respond. Shun Xian has discussed his actions with Yi Xileng. Even his safe departure from Changling is due to the arrangements of Yi Xileng's Astrology Bureau. Zhao Gao said softly and directly, if you are on Yi Xileng's side, then you are on my side. Chief Inspector Chen's expression did not change. He said, you are very frank. But if there is nothing major, you do not have to risk telling me this. Zhao Gao nodded and said, Jing Liuli found a way to kill Li Sai, but she needs to get close to Li Sai for a while. I need your help with this. His words were straightforward to the extreme. He did not explain why Jing Liuli wanted to kill Li Sai, how she found a way to kill Li Sai, and even why she needed to get close to Li Sai for a while. But Chief Inspector Chen did not ask. He thought silently for a moment and said, I can think of a way. Zhao Gao said, she is at Li Mountain. I will send a message to her and tell her of this matter. Chief Inspector Chen did not dwell on this matter. He only asked a question he wanted to know. What do you want to do by Hu Hai's side? Or rather, what is the major thing you want to do next? Since Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Jing Liuli will kill Li Sai, then I will think of a way to kill Prime Minister Yang. Zhao Gao responded calmly. If there are no longer two prime ministers, I want to try to become the new prime minister of the Qin dynasty. A doctor becoming the prime minister of the Qin dynasty. This sounded like an impossible dream. Yet Chief Inspector Chen bowed his head slightly and thought. As the carriage started to leave, he responded softly, a very good idea. Chapter 791. Zhao Gao calmly returned to the palace. He was still a doctor in the Changling Imperial Palace. Other than that, he had no other official position. But he was one of the people most familiar with the methods of Jiaodong Commandery. When Yi Xileng left Changling, Yi Xileng left the Astrology Bureau to him. In reality, he became the secret master of the Astrology Bureau. Under the purge of the Divinity Bureau, the Astrology Bureau seemed to have disappeared. But in his hands, it was growing in the darkness and glowing with new life. Starting from today's conversation, he would receive the support of the Divinity Bureau. In the eyes of the Changling nobility, the Astrology Bureau and the Divinity Bureau held the darkest power of the Changling cultivation world. If they supported a nobility at the same time, it was terrifying. Furthermore, he was currently representing Prince Hu Hai, and he had already begun to cultivate his own forces in the various divisions. Other than this, not long ago, he received a message from the Basin Kendo ground of Jiaodong Commandery. Ding Ning had given him a contact in the streets of Changling. This person had been Wang Taishu's subordinate. This meant that the news and changes in the lowest level of Changling would reach his ears. No nobility in Changling's history could have such eyes and ears, and so much support. Zhao Jiao returned to the palace, and entered Hu Hai's bedroom in the pouring rain. Mr. When he saw Zhao Jiao, Hu Hai called out in awe and joy. Zhao Jiao waved his hand, indicating for him to not lose his composure. At the same time, he ordered coolly, "You need new cultivators and retainers. These guards now belong to the important people in the palace or your Mother Empress retainers, and are not your true confidants. Also, you are going to Li Mountain to meet Li Sai." Hu Hai nodded and said, "I will listen to Mr." Zhao Jiao turned around and looked at the torrential rain outside. Expressionlessly, he said softly, "I've already made the arrangements." In the torrential rain, many messengers dressed in bright yellow robes were moving around Changling. In the past, in Changling, those cultivators in yellow robes represented Jiaodong Commandery, the family of Empress Zheng Xiu. Not long ago, he had made people gradually form a habit. These messengers wearing bright yellow robes represented the second prince of the imperial palace. These messengers had left the city before the rain fell, carrying out his different orders. This meant that Zhao Jiao had never thought that Chief Inspector Chen would refuse. At this moment, his face was expressionless, but his eyes contained strong confidence and courage. When he gave up his cultivation and was no longer a cultivator, his life seemed to have suddenly become weak and lowly. However, he discovered that this seemed to have increased his determination to die together with the enemy, which instead made him braver. An envoy in bright yellow robes came to the mountains of the outskirts of Changling with a yellow oil paper umbrella. It was difficult for even carriages to pass through this area, especially after it rained. There were very few people here, but it was precisely because it was quiet that many places of cultivation with relatively long histories had gathered here. For example, Daeju Sword Academy and Sushin Sword House. This envoy passed through an ancient pine forest, walked up the stone steps, and came to the gates of the Plain Heart Sword House. The Plain Heart Sword House did not occupy a large area. There were dozens of buildings, but the valley it was located in was very lively. This valley was flat, with streams flowing, and some famous trees growing here. On the cliffs behind, there were strong pines and cypresses growing. The pines and cypresses on these cliffs had grown for countless years, twisting in the air like dragons. They were luxuriant and covered most of the valley from the sky. While the rain was pouring down, the rain falling from the sky first hit these pines and cypresses, creating a layer of white mist that formed white clouds above these pines and cypresses. Under the pines and cypresses, there were many glowing streams that fell like white threads onto the roof tiles of the buildings below. Even the demonic rainstorm lost its malice after being covered and filtered by these pines and cypresses, and became delicate and pretty. This was the first time this envoy came to the Plain Heart Sword House in this stormy weather. Seeing this scene, he stopped in front of the gates and examined, his eyes filled with shock. The Plain Heart Sword House appeared empty as though there was no one here. Yet cultivation places had their own defenses. When this envoy came close to the pine forest, the Plain Heart Sword House knew of this person's arrival. In the span of a few breaths, when this envoy stopped and looked up at the rain, 2 women in plain robes with swords appeared at the gates. The messenger looked at the 2 Plain Heart Sword House cultivators and reluctantly left in the rain. Then he smiled and didn't say anything. He just waved the token in his hand that represented his identity. These 2 women clearly did not have much experience in this area. Looking at the token that represented the Changling Imperial Palace, they were at a loss. They even forgot that they were the masters of this place, and did not immediately ask why this envoy had come. This envoy did not care. He smiled faintly and said directly, I want to see Xia Wan. The two women were taken aback at the same time, and their expressions became a little strange. Xia Wan was the most famous female student of the Plain Heart Sword House. Her cultivation talent could be counted on one hand. She had been chosen by the Plain Heart Sword House to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. She had performed well in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. In the end, when Zhongyi left the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, he left behind a letter saying he was not as good as Xia Wan. In the end, Xia Wan became one of the 10 people who stayed in Minute Mountain Sword sect to study. But this was the problem. At the time, the world did not know that Ding Ning was Wang Jingmeng reborn, but Empress Zheng Xiu did not like White Goat Cave. She did not want Ding Ning to win the Minute Mountain Sword Trials and made many arrangements. But in the end, Ding Ning went against her wishes and won. Then Xu Lianhua, Xia Wan, Yi Xin, and the others who stood on the side of Ding Ning in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials naturally had problems in their futures. If Minute Mountain Sword Sect was still here, then Minute Mountain Sword Sect would take care of everything. But before the great change in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Bailey Sushua had probably thought long ago, and feared that many ordinary students would be implicated. So of those people, other than Xieru who had become his personal disciple, who had stayed in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, these people had only received a short period of time to cultivate, and had returned to their cultivation places. After these people returned to their cultivation places, their experiences were slightly strange. Especially when Zheng Xiu used an iron fist to subdue all the cultivation places in Changling. When all these sects submitted, the people in charge of the sects naturally became people who had to care about Zheng Xiu's intentions. Other than Xu Lianhua and Dugu Bai, who came from extraordinary families and had good experiences, the other people did not have good experiences. These two female students of the Plain Heart Sword House who guarded the gates were students of the same generation as Xia Wan. Based on what they knew, after Xia Wan returned to the sect, she was deliberately left alone for a long time. Then, after Zheng Xiu mobilized many cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House onto the battlefield, the cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House and the sects that disobeyed her were sent to the most dangerous places. Once the cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House suffered great losses, the sect's attitude towards Xia Wan grew worse. But the sect did not dare to send Xia Wan to the border, fearing that it would be like a dragon entering the sea. If Xia Wan defected and left, it would be harder to explain to the Changling Imperial Palace. So the people in power in the sect gave many heavy chores to Xia Wan and purposefully suppressed her. Xia Wan was left alone in the sect, and her situation was similar to that of a servant. These two female students guarding the gates felt some sympathy for Xia Wan. At this time, they were extremely worried that Xia Wan would be remembered by the Changling Imperial Palace after suffering such torment, and suffer even more terrifying things. Chapter 792. What, is there a problem? The two female students from the Plain Heart Sword House didn't answer for a while, but the messenger still had a gentle expression and asked faintly. Senior sister Xia Wan is in seclusion. We can't make the decision on this matter. The housemaster has to make the decision. Among the two female students of the Pure Heart Sword House, the slightly older one replied in a panic and then flicked the scabbard at her waist. True essence vibrated on the scabbard, but it emitted a pleasant sound like the tinkling of spring water. Although this sound was pleasant to hear, it was a warning signal in the Plain Heart Sword House. In just a few breaths of time, there were figures flashing in the empty courtyard. Not long after, a dozen people came to the gate as if they were facing a great enemy. The two female students guarding the gate lowered their heads and greeted them uneasily. In fact, the two of them knew very well that the several teachers in power in the Plain Heart Sword House didn't have a good attitude toward Xia Wan, but they still had some hope that the other teachers might be able to protect senior sister Xia Wan. The messenger still had a gentle expression and looked at the dozen people who came to greet them. The female cultivator at the front looked to be in her 40s. She wore a black robe and had a square face. She looked a bit like a man, but her temperament was calm and had a different demeanor. Housemaster. The two female students guarding the gate bowed in unison. Hearing their greeting, The female cultivator at the front was the current housemaster of the Plain Heart Sword House, Murong Xiu. "What is it?" Murong Xiu asked. She didn't give off a feeling of strictness, but a feeling of generosity. On the other hand, there was a pointy-faced female cultivator standing to her left. She looked to be about the same age as her, and the robes she wore were almost the same. However, a cold light flashed in her eyes, giving off an exceptionally cold feeling. The messenger noticed this person at a glance. Looking at the female cultivator's cold appearance, he smiled as if he was thinking of something. The two female students guarding the mountain gate immediately explained the purpose of the envoy's visit. Murong Xiu frowned slightly, but her expression soon returned to normal. She arrived at the mountain gate and bowed to the envoy. She asked in a clear voice, "Is it the emperor or the empress who sent the envoy to see Xia Wan? Is there something you need?" "It's the second prince's decree." The emissary replied faintly, but did not say what the matter was. This meant that if there was anything, he would talk about it after seeing Xia Wan. "Second Prince Hu Hai?" The Plain Heart Sword House cultivators couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes filled with shock and doubt. While they lived in seclusion, they were well informed of all cultivation places and knew some of the changes in Changling's imperial city. Right now, Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu seemed to be tired of dealing with the situation outside. Some of the matters in court were handled by the two prime ministers. But recently, Hu Hai had interfered in many matters, and the two prime ministers did not react to this. To the outside world, while Fu Su had returned to Changling, he seemed to have suddenly lost favor. This way, the one to inherit the Qin dynasty in the future was likely to be Hu Hai. The two prime ministers tolerated Hu Hai's actions. Maybe they had long-term considerations. Also, there were rumors outside that Xu Fu, who had been overseas, had returned. The nobility of Changling would likely change greatly. Xu Fu's position might be above the two prime ministers in the future. The two prime ministers might have to rely on this imperial son to resist Xu Fu. These thoughts flashed through the minds of the Plain Heart Sword House cultivators. No matter what, they did not dare to disobey the imperial son's decree. "Please follow me." Murong Xiu nodded. The sharp-faced woman with a cold face behind her spoke first and then led the way. The envoy followed these people into the Plain Heart Sword House. The twisted pine trees on the cliffs blocked the rain. Inside, there was only a light drizzle. There was no need for an umbrella. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Putting away the umbrella, he followed these people through several courtyards to the residences of the servant disciples. The servant disciples of the cultivation places were mostly the children of farmers in the nearby villages. Some of them had cultivation talent but were not outstanding. They were recruited into the sword schools to do some rough work. If they were slightly accomplished, they would be sent out to work for the sect outside. In reality, if they were sent out, these servant disciples would not be able to touch their future cultivation, much less touch the most profound secret arts of the cultivation places. Inside the cultivation grounds, the odd-job disciples had a lot of chores to do, such as sweeping the courtyard, boiling water, cooking, washing clothes, and chopping firewood. These were the lowest of the low, and slightly higher. They were also responsible for checking some ancient books, dealing with some sect medicine, cultivation materials, and so on. But when this envoy followed the people of the Plain Heart Sword House into the courtyard where the odd-job disciples lived, a young girl washing clothes by a stream was Xia Wan. Beside her was a large rock piled with some very thick clothes. Some were even the thick clothes that the inner sect disciples wore when they competed in the sword. This kind of clothing could block the cuts of ordinary wooden swords. It was very practical, but when one wore it, they would be soaked in sweat. When it piled up, the smell was not good. The envoy stopped walking and looked silently at Xia Wan washing clothes. The cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House saw that he knew that this was Xia Wan. Most people started to carefully observe his reaction. However, this man, who looked to be in his 30s, still had a gentle expression on his face, and no major changes could be seen on his face. They could not see anything, but when this envoy looked at Xia Wan washing clothes, he slowly saw some clues and a strange light appeared in the depths of his eyes. "Xia Wan, come here." The sharp-faced woman next to Murong Xiu shouted rudely. Xia Wan, who had not stopped washing clothes, stood up, washed her hands, pulled up her slightly wet sleeves, and turned to walk over. Compared to the Minute Mountain sword trials, this young woman seemed to have matured and grown slightly taller. But her neither servile nor overbearing attitude had not changed. Your cultivation has reached Realm 5 second class. Compared to when you first entered the Book of Talents and participated in the Minute Mountain sword trials, you have improved greatly. This envoy had been a man of few words before, but his faint expression gave people a feeling of arrogance. But when he saw Xia Wan walk over, he was the first to speak. Xia Wan frowned slightly. Her expression did not change, but she was slightly surprised inside. The people of the Plain Heart Sword House were puzzled. This envoy did not say his identity and intentions, but first commented on Xia Wan's cultivation. What did this mean? If I remember correctly, Xia Wan was ranked 12th in the Book of Talents back then. This envoy turned around and looked at the people of the Plain Heart Sword House present. He said, "But if the Book of Talents is rearranged, I fear she will not even be able to enter the top 30. The place was silent. No one understood the meaning of his words, but vaguely, they felt that his tone had become somewhat fierce. Back then, some of the people who entered the Book of Talents had reached Realm 6, and some had even reached Realm 7. Even disregarding those who had special encounters, some of the people ranked below her had some support from their sects. Many of them are at the peak of Realm 5, and are just stuck at Realm 6. The envoy said slowly, back then, she was only Realm 4, but since she had broken through the barrier between Realm 4 and Realm 5, she should have quickly reached the peak of Realm 5. But now, she is still Realm 5 second class. This can only mean two things. First, the Plain Heart Sword House didn't give her any support at all. They probably didn't even give her a single Plain Heart Rosin pill, let alone other supplementary spirit medicines. I remember that the palace sympathized with the dead of the Plain Heart Sword House and rewarded her with a batch of spirit medicines. It seems that none of it landed on her. Second, she wasted too much time on these miscellaneous matters. She did not have enough time to cultivate her vital energy. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of a small half of the people present immediately changed. This seemed not good. Chapter 793. Every cultivator of Changling is the private property of the Holy One. This envoy looked at the people of the Plain Heart Sword House who had changed expressions and said something domineering and famous. This was something Zheng Xiu had said on many occasions. These words had originally been to warn the nobility not to harm and kill any cultivator of Changling for their own personal gain. But later, all the cultivation places of Changling were under the control of the dynasty. After the changes of Lingshu Sword Gate and Minute Mountain Sword Sect, no sect was an exception. All the sects and cultivators responded to these words and became the private property of the Yuanwu Emperor and her. There have been many battles, and we are in need of people. The cultivation sects do not dare to be stingy with their talented students. They even used up the resources they had accumulated in their sect vaults for a long time. Your Plain Heart Sword House, not only did you not give her the spirit medicines of the sect, you did not even give her the things the palace rewarded. Who gave you the guts to do this? The emissary spoke very slowly, and his expression was still very calm. However, when these words reached the ears of the people of the Pure Heart Sword House, most of their expressions changed completely. Waves of coldness surged from the depths of their hearts. This was not just hostility. He did not mention Xia Wan as a servant, but kept on talking about the rewards. It had to be known that whether or not Xia Wan was allowed to work was only an internal matter of the sect. Even the imperial palace could not interfere. But the matter of the imperial palace's rewards being pocketed or distributed according to personal considerations could be either major or minor. The sect master of the Plain Heart Sword House, Murong Xiu, frowned. She knew that this matter could not be easily exposed. So she said slowly, Xia Wan did something wrong, so she was punished to reflect here. For my sect, the rewards are given to the best performing students, and not to the most talented. Hearing her words, the envoy could not help but laugh. He had 100 ways to push the blame onto the other, But the people of these cultivation places were not skilled in scheming. It was too easy for him to do these things. Then what did Xia Wn do wrong? The envoy asked gently with a smile. Everyone from the Plain Heart Sword House looked at each other. Even Murong Xiu was at a loss for words. Xia Wn had displeased Zheng Xiu in Minute Mountain Sword Sect along with those people on Ding Ning's side. Later, the Plain Heart Sword House had been treated specially because of this matter. Was there a need for a special explanation? I only know that Xia Wn performed well in the Minute Mountain Sword trials and obtained the qualification to study in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. But after returning, she was punished to reflect. Why is this? The envoy asked. Murong Xiu looked at the emissary who was asking the obvious. She could not help but feel anger rising in her body. Xia Wn had clearly displeased Empress Zheng Xiu at the Minute Mountain Sword trials, but this envoy insisted that her performance was exceptional. Yet she could not refute because Zheng Xiu had never said so. If she said so, the other would ask, how do you know the Empress thinks so? She took a deep breath and expressionlessly looked at the other party. She said, the sect has its own judgment regarding the actions of the disciples. I wonder if the second prince thinks that the sect is unfair in its handling of matters? If so, then I can correct according to the prince's wishes. The two were at odds. Xia Wan, as the person involved, listened as though nothing had happened. Only when she heard the second prince's words did her eyes move and she was clearly surprised. At this time, the envoy smiled and said, yes, the second prince feels that the Plain Heart Sword House's thinking is old-fashioned, and there are problems in their conduct. Maybe this is the main reason they have not produced a Realm 7 Grandmaster in these years. The second prince wants the Plain Heart Sword House to come into contact with new ideas and inject some vitality. So the second prince wants the cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House to have the chance to go to the border army and the Chu to study. But the people who went out before were chosen by you old people. This time, it is better to let the newcomers decide and change. Xia Wn, you can decide which cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House to send to the border army or the Chu. When the words were said, the surroundings suddenly quieted. Only the soft sound of rain and heavy breathing reached everyone's ears. Murong Xiu's lips moved slightly but she did not say anything. The pointy-faced woman behind her could not control herself and said coldly, letting Xia Wn make the decision means that Xia Wan will become the true master of the Plain Heart Sword House? Even if this is the second prince's intention, this is too much. I want to know why. Just because she is the most talented student of the Plain Heart Sword House? The pointy-faced woman laughed harshly and added, even so, there is seniority, knowledge, and the ability to convince the masses. The envoy smiled and was about to respond. But at this time, Xia Wn suddenly spoke. She said softly but in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, I want to speak with you alone. Is that possible? The you she spoke of was naturally the imperial envoy she was looking at. This envoy shrugged, indicating that it was possible. Then he ignored the other cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House present and walked alone to the stream where Xia Wn had washed her clothes. Xia Wan caught up and walked behind him. She said softly and directly, although I don't know why Second Imperial Prince is standing up for me, but what you are doing must be for me to vent my anger. But to me, there is only disappointment towards these people. There is nothing to be angry about, so there is no need to go through so much trouble. Do not think so simply. The envoy turned to look at her. Looking at her calm face, he thought of how she had purposefully given up to Zhongyi at the Minute Mountain Sword trials. His eyes grew with admiration. You can ignore the humiliation, but if you cannot be the master of the Plain Heart Sword House, how do you qualify to open the Heart Sect? If you do not open the Heart Sect, how can you obtain the unique secret method of the Plain Heart Sword House? I saw your previous attitude and know that while these matters took you a lot of time, they only affected your vital energy cultivation. Your comprehension of sword essence has improved greatly. It seems that you have completely comprehended the heart-cultivating sword you learned in Minute Mountain Sword Sect and gained many benefits. Looking at Xia Wn who was shocked speechless, the envoy said casually, cultivators care about cultivation the most. So even if you do not care about venting your anger, You will not give up the chance to achieve great things in the future on the path of cultivation. Xia Wan's gaze flashed violently, but she still did not immediately express her stance. Do not think if this is Hu Hai's scheme. Hu Hai does not know the secret method of your plain heart sword house. The envoy turned around and handed her a letter without avoiding the gazes of the people of the plain heart sword house. Then he walked back to where the people of the plain heart sword house were. As he passed by her, he whispered by her ear, "You have 15 minutes to think of the sword moves on this." Chapter 794. Xia Wn had felt that this matter was strange. Even if the second imperial prince wanted to recruit, why would he come to her? Only she knew how much progress she had made in this year. At least, in terms of vital energy cultivation, she was behind many of the people in the Book of Talents back then. If the second imperial prince Hu Hai wanted to have a place among the nobility, he relied on his identity and Zheng Xiu's support. He clearly could not go against his mother's wishes. As to Zheng Xiu, she could not care about such a minor matter. A cultivator of her level was truly insignificant to Zheng Xiu. She could not understand, but when this envoy said that Hu Hai did not know the secret method of the plain heart sword house, and then gave her a letter telling her that she had 15 minutes to think about the sword moves, Ding Ning's figure appeared in her mind. Ding Ning's knowledge at the Minute Mountain sword trials had left a deep impression on her. When more news came, and the entire world of cultivators confirmed that he was that invincible existence back then, this puzzlement became understanding. In terms of understanding of the cultivation methods and sword manuals of the various sects, of course, no one could surpass that person back then. At the Minute Mountain sword trials, Ding Ning had taught them sword moves. So when she heard that there were sword moves on the letter, she immediately thought of Ding Ning. Just as she had thought, after opening the letter, she saw that it was signed with Ding Ning's name. As to how this letter had been delivered to her in the name of the second imperial prince Hu Hai, she did not care. Even Jiaodong Commandery had been taken over by the Basin Kendo ground. She did not find it strange that such a thing could be done. She had no doubts about the contents of this letter because the letter only discussed 3 sword moves. 2 of them were sword moves of the plain heart sword house, and 1 was a move from the heart-cultivating sword manual she had learned in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. The discussion was very detailed. It could even be said that mediocre people who did not need much comprehension ability should be able to understand it in a very short time. The messenger said that he would give her 10 minutes to think about the sword moves. The time must have been set by the messenger himself. Presumably, Ding Ning had said that it would be easy to comprehend the sword moves, but he had not seen it with his own eyes, so he did not know how easy it would be to comprehend it. Ding Ning's description of the 3 sword moves could be said to have completely subverted the 3 sword moves themselves. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had created 3 new sword moves with multiplied power based on the 3 sword moves. What was even more shocking was that the combination of these 3 sword moves could unleash an even more unexpected power. In the records of cultivators, there were many stories of geniuses. However, this method of changing the moves in different sword manuals and turning them into completely different sword moves was like casually choosing a dish from the market and then making it into a new main dish. Only the legendary first swordsman of the world from the Basin Kendo ground could achieve this level of insight and comprehension. No one could imitate this kind of ability. Since this was Ding Ning's arrangement, Xia Wan did not think more. She carefully memorized the contents of the letter, and then shook the letter into dust in her hand. Then she thought carefully about the use of the 3 new sword moves. She walked back towards the messenger and the people of the Plain Heart Sword House. She said it would be 10 minutes, but in reality, she only used half of that time. Facing the shocked gazes of the people of the Plain Heart Sword House, she bowed slightly to the messenger and said simply, "All right." The messenger immediately smiled slightly and then put away his smile. He looked at the sharp-faced woman with the sharpest eyes and said, "You should be Chen Ling, responsible for the rewards and punishments of the students of the Plain Heart Sword House. Murong Xiu is the sect master, but in reality, most of the power is in your hands. You are responsible for more of the matters of the sect. I said so much earlier, but you are still so arrogant. Do you know what your problem is?" This pointy-faced woman was Chen Ling, and her heart couldn't help but thump when she heard him speak like this. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but she couldn't back down now, so she took a deep breath and said in a slightly cold voice, "If there's anything wrong, please tell me." Previously, out of sympathy for the casualties of the Plain Heart Sword House, the palace gave many things. There are many things. I will not list them all, but you should remember some things better than me. The messenger narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Among them are several kilograms of cold pool iron. Those kilograms of cold pool iron were produced in a secret place of the Cloud Water Palace in the Wei lands. It was produced by the cold pool where the Bai Shanshui sword killed the frost serpent. The quality of the cold steel is extraordinary. Normally, it should be given to Chen Sini of the Plain Heart Sword House. It is most suitable for her cultivation method and sword manual. But you gave it to Xie Hongyun because the former came from the remote Bamboo Mountain. Her family is poor and of no use to you. The latter is a distant relative of yours, and her family is rich. You have your own ideas on this matter. Chance does not mean certainty. Among the rewards, there were 3 Bay Laurel Jade Dew pills. You should know the effects of these Bay Laurel Jade Dew pills. They should be given to talented disciples like Xie Wan and Chen Sini to shorten the time they need to advance in their vital energy cultivation. But you used one for yourself. You have been stuck in Realm 6 for so many years. The benefits you have received are just to slow down your aging and get rid of some impurities in your vital energy. For a cultivator of average talent like you, the benefits you receive will not be apparent in battle. What will the Imperial Prince and Empress think about how you handle the treasures from the palace like this? Chen Ling's face paled at the mention of the cold pool iron. By the time the emissary finished speaking, she was drenched in sweat. Even the hair in front of her forehead was soaked. Some of the Plain Heart Sword House disciples standing behind her looked at her in shock and disbelief. Because they did not know what the messenger said, and did not know that there had been such a distribution. However, just by looking at her expression and reaction, she knew that the messenger was telling the truth. This kind of distribution had indeed happened. As for the 2 students, Chen Sini and Xie Hongyun, that the envoy mentioned, the teachers and students of the Pure Heart Sword House naturally understood it to the extreme. It was hard for them to imagine that something that was extremely suitable for Chen Sini would actually be given to Xie Hongyun. This was no small matter. This was because, in a sense, the achievements of some outstanding students were the future of a place of cultivation. These talented students also had many choices. If they chose to join other cultivation places, the other cultivation places would naturally welcome them. This kind of injustice would ruin the future of cultivation places. Convince the public? Looking at the slightly trembling pointy-faced woman, the emissary sneered and asked, "How are you going to convince the masses?" Chapter 795. Chen Ling could not respond. She could not speak. In the past, she had been able to reach this position largely because she had followed the wishes of some people in the court, and leaned towards the court for the benefit of the sect. People like her were not as fair as the teachers of the Plain Heart Sword House in the past. This kind of selfishness was unavoidable, but she didn't expect that this kind of private behavior would be known and exposed publicly in this kind of situation. At this point, she could feel that the emissary was targeting her. She immediately realized the reason. Of all the teachers of the Plain Heart Sword House, she was the one with the worst attitude towards Xie Wan. It was also her idea that Xie Wan was punished to do odd jobs here. This clearly was to get revenge for Xie Wan. But who had written that letter to Xie Wan? What was written in it? Her emotions were too agitated, and her thoughts were in chaos. Also, this envoy did not give her much time to think. Fairness is the most important way to convince the public when dealing with sect matters. Other than this, one's future accomplishments in cultivation, and one's combat strength are also necessary standards. Changling respects martial strength. If the ruler of a cultivation place has low cultivation, their vision will not be high, and the future of the sect will not be bright. The envoy's cold laughter rang out again, his voice continuously entering the ears of everyone present. So perhaps you will still doubt Xie Wan's battle prowess, and doubt if the second imperial prince is interfering too much with your sect's internal affairs. Then let Xia Wn prove it to you. Xia Wan slowly took a deep breath. When this envoy started to make things difficult for her, she had already predicted what would happen, so her heart was very calm right now, without a trace of surprise. In reality, I have always disliked you, but I had been preparing to find a chance to challenge you after a while. She looked at the unusually pale pointy-faced woman and said, but I had not expected it to come so quickly. What? Chen Ling had been struck by the words of the envoy to the point that she could not recover, but when she heard Xia Wan's words, her entire body shook and she came back to her senses. Xia Wn, are you crazy? Two of the Pure Heart Sword House's students cried out. These two students were Xia Wan's closest friends. They usually hated this Chen Ling who acted like a tyrant, but they subconsciously felt that even if Xia Wan had the support of this envoy, she could not win against the other. Because Chen Ling had been stuck at Realm 6 for many years, but Xia Wan had just entered Realm 5. Xia Wan only glanced at them and nodded, indicating for them to calm down. Then she turned to look at Chen Ling, and then at the sparkling rain that occasionally fell from above Chen Ling. Her expression was unusually calm. At a time like this, it gave everyone a feeling of confidence and power. Chen Ling gradually calmed down. A trace of redness appeared on her pale face. It was the kind of anger that came from being forced to a dead end. If they wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, then let's see who was the chicken that was killed. She was a cultivator who had been in Realm 6 for many years. When she was angry, an invisible murderous energy naturally spread from her body, causing the weaker Plain Heart Sword House disciples to have difficulty breathing. But Xia Wan did not seem to notice. She naturally raised her right hand. When her right hand was in front of her chest, a clear sword hum sounded in the air. A streak of snow-white sword light broke through the window of her residence in this courtyard, flying into her hand. Disbelieving gasps sounded at this time. Realm 5 Spirit Consciousness, controlling flying swords. This was a method that all Realm 5 swordsmen could use. They just needed to spend some time to cultivate. So what shocked the people of the Plain Heart Sword House had nothing to do with her sword, but the snow-white sword light. The sword that landed in her hand was only 3 feet long. It was completely white like the purest snow. Even the hilt was the same. Even the seal scripts could not be seen. But the presence of this sword was unusually strong, even more intimidating than the sword of the sect master of the Plain Heart Sword House. This sword looked like ice, but it did not give off any true coldness. It only gave off a clear and cold feeling. It caused everyone to feel as though they had drunk a bowl of cold water in the cold winter. This feeling reverberated in their chests, like some kind of sword essence had invaded their bodies and made them feel uncomfortable. This sword did not belong to the Plain Heart Sword House. But before this, no one had seen this sword. Xia Wan had placed this sword in this residence. But when she summoned this sword, no one had sensed the existence of this sword before. She ignored everyone's gazes and did not explain. Xia Wan gently gripped this sword, and then looked at Chen Ling. She said without wasting words, "Please, I will let you make one move." The glowing rain falling from above was soft, but Chen Ling's voice was unusually dry and cold. She stared at Xia Wan's sword and said, "This was not arrogance. As a cultivator a great realm above, she had to have such confidence. Otherwise, she could not use her usual strength. Her presence was not strong, and her sword essence was weaker. She had no sword in her hand and waited for Xia Wan to attack. Dang! A loud sound rang out. She was interrupted at the end of her words. Most of the Plain Heart Sword House disciples present felt their eardrums hurt from the vibrations. The rainwater accumulated between the leaves of the cliff cypresses above flew out like dragons. With this enormous sound, the rainwater was turned to white powder and scattered in all directions. This was just the sound of Xia Wan's snow-white short sword releasing sword essence and striking the air. However, such a sword strike created a loud ringing sound in the air, as if 2 giant bells had collided. Chen Ling took several steps back, and her body flew dozens of feet away. The sound caused her vision to darken. Her heart was about to burst, and at the same time, it seemed to jump out of her mouth. Murong Xiu and the other teachers of the Plain Heart Sword House felt their minds shake, their eyes filled with disbelief. Not just the cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House, even the envoy standing with his hands behind his back was shocked. While he did not know the specifics of the letter, he knew a lot. The sword Xia Wan was using right now was the Vajra roll of the sound sect of the Wei. This was a method that used sword essence to create terrifying vibrations, and could even cause blood to surge. Thinking about it, this sword move should have been carved on the trial stele during the Minute Mountain Sword Sect's sword trials. There were no changes to this sword move. It must have nothing to do with Ding Ning's letter. In the next moment, the emissary couldn't help but raise his brows, and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. This Xia Wan did not seem to want to use the 3 moves Ding Ning taught her, and wanted to use her own abilities to win. Chapter 796. Xia Wan was certain that if she used the 3 moves Ding Ning had taught her on the letter, she could easily defeat Chen Ling. But how can my battle be fought by someone else? In her view, if someone else could do it before her, then she could also try fighting above her cultivation level. Also, there would be many times like this in the future. Also, the other was giving her a handicap, and she had the sword she had brought back from Minute Mountain Sword Sect. So she wanted to use her own way to win this match. Hiss. There was a tearing sound. Just as Chen Ling's figure retreated dozens of feet, Xia Wan was moving forward rapidly. Her second attack was out. A vast expanse of white sword qi appeared in the air. Countless tiny sword qi that were as thin as silk fell towards Chen Ling's body. This was the chill of the heart of the Plain Heart Sword House. This sword move was not a special secret sword. Many people present knew how to use it, but everyone present felt that Xia Wan's sword essence was more perfect than what they could do. Everyone present from the Plain Heart Sword House felt that this sword was Xia Wan's inner voice. I am a genius ranked in the top 10 of Changling. I am willing to stay in the Plain Heart Sword House because this is my sect. But the actions of the person in charge of the sect are chilling. Pew! A crimson-red sword light lit up in front of Chen Ling. This sword light was very beautiful, but it was also very dangerous. The moment the sound rang out, the powerful life-bound aura pushed the white sword qi away. But almost at the same time, Chen Ling gave a furious grunt. Blood sprayed out of her body. There were still threads of sword energy that had not been pushed away by her attack and landed on her body. Even though the sword energies were blocked by her energy and could not penetrate deeply, only leaving shallow wounds on her body, she was still Xia Wan's teacher. Even more, Xia Wan's cultivation was a whole realm away from her. A feeling of extreme humiliation caused the anger and true essence in her body to completely ignite. Her mind was filled with the desire to fight back. But at this time, dozens of mirror lights lit up in the air in front of her like dozens of mirrors were standing in front of her and reflecting dozens of Xia Wan's figures. Enough! Chen Ling screamed and swung her sword horizontally. At this time, Xia Wan was still using the sword form of the Pure Heart Sword House. This move was called Mind Mirror. It used sword qi to refract light. It was used in a battle where the weak was fighting against the strong, so that the opponent would not be able to grasp his true position. However, fighting the strong with the weak, could it be that she was only slightly stronger than Xia Wan? In the face of such a sword technique, she only needed to use the simplest sword technique and rely purely on her strength that far exceeded her opponent's. The true essence in her body gushed out crazily from the sword. The sword qi emitted from her sword grew larger and larger until it turned into a beam of light that was dozens of feet long. It swept across and shattered all the mirror lights. This kind of sword duel did not care about casualties. In her anger, she thought that if this sword directly killed Xia Wan, then so be it. She did not care too much. However, where the sword rainbow passed, there was no sign of blood. What shocked her was that she saw Xia Wan had retreated into the distance and was standing silently. Looking at Xia Wan's posture, it gave people a feeling that the 2 attacks from before had nothing to do with Xia Wan, as though Xia Wan was a bystander that had nothing to do with her. In this moment, Chen Ling felt a chill run down her back. Because she faintly felt Xia Wan's gaze land behind her. At this time, Xia Wan did not have a sword in her hand. In her subconscious, while Xia Wn had retreated, the snow-white short sword in her hand had most likely turned into a flying sword and was hiding behind her. Her perception naturally swept behind her. But there was nothing behind her. She suddenly looked up. In this moment, the true sword essence came from above her head. Another cracking sound was heard. The crimson life bond sword in her hand shot out a tangible sword energy that flashed with gem-like light. It accurately grasped the path of the falling sword. The moment she looked up, she saw this crimson sword energy hit a snow-white flying sword that was rapidly falling from the sky. Yet, other than the sound of her sword energy tearing through the air, there was no sound of collision. That snow-white flying sword was like an illusion, disappearing as soon as it was sliced by her sword light. Chen Ling's abdomen felt cold. In that split second, she let out a mournful cry. Her entire body bounced up at an astonishing speed. Her terrifying speed even brought about 2 dragon-like streams of air under her feet. Her body almost crashed into the pine trees in the sky. A snow-white short sword flashed back to Xia Wan's side from where she had been standing. There was a thread of red flowing at the tip of the snow-white short sword. There were specks of blood on Chen Ling's clothes at her abdomen. If this sword had gone an inch deeper, it would have broken through Chen Ling's energy sea. Chen Ling's body was filled with the lingering fear of surviving a calamity. Sweat rolled down her back as she was filled with disbelief. This was the mind confusion sword of the Plainheart Sword House. It was just a camouflage and was not a powerful secret sword. What was terrifying was that this snow-white flying sword was able to hide its presence so she could not sense it. The other terrifying thing was that Xia Wan, without any movement, seemed to have caused her perception to deviate and think that the flying sword was behind her. It was just this slight difference in time that caused her to not be able to dodge this sword completely. Indeed, I didn't expect that letting you do some odd jobs here would allow you to develop such skills. However, I still want to see how you can possibly defeat me. Chen Ling landed. Her voice that was mixed with countless emotions reverberated through the air. Her facial features were slightly distorted, but the yuan qi that was being released from her body was extremely pure. She gripped her life bond sword tightly, and the sword energy released by the sword surrounded her. These pure sword energies formed a crimson curtain of light on her body. She landed on Xia Wan like this. This was a life bond sword tent. Both attack and defense were in one, and abandoned all the finesse of sword moves. Everyone felt helpless as they watched Chen Ling descend. Because in a battle between cultivators of similar cultivation, or even close to each other, one side would never use such a method. Such a method would use up large amounts of vital energy and life bond energy in a short time. The weaker side only needed to try their best to escape or stall for time. Even if they were injured, they could find a chance to counterattack. But the difference in vital energy between Xia Wan and Chen Ling was so great that even if they wanted to defend, they could not escape or defend. However, no one felt that it was unfair or shameless. Because this was something that would happen when fighting above cultivation levels. Because of the existence of such a thing, before Wang Jingmeng appeared, all the records of cultivators felt that there was no chance of winning when fighting above one's level. Chapter 797. There was only one person present who still had confidence in Xia Wan. This person was the Imperial City Messenger who was standing calmly at the side. From the first moment he saw Xia Wan, he could see Xia Wan's accomplishments in the sword from some of her postures. Yet the people of the Plainheart Sword House did not sense this when they interacted with Xia Wan. This meant that his cultivation was higher than everyone in the Plainheart Sword House. He knew that Xia Wan could easily win this battle by relying on Ding Ning's 3 sword moves. But since Xia Wan chose to use her own method to fight, then she must have thought of facing such a scene. Therefore, he was only very curious now, curious as to what method Xia Wan would use to win. The vibrations in the air grew stronger. As Chen Ling quickly approached, many water-like ripples appeared in the air between her and Xia Wan. They attacked each other and instantly formed countless water droplets of energy that shot outwards. The light seemed to be taken away by the energy, and this space turned dark. Xia Wan's gaze passed through this darkness and met Chen Ling's slightly red eyes. Then, she calmly grasped the snow-white short sword and stabbed towards the darkness. The snow-white sword tip passed through the light and arrived at the other's forehead. Gasps sounded. All the cultivators of the plain heart sword house felt disbelief. Xia Wan's attack was like suicide. The sword move was so simple, just an ordinary stab, and could not be considered a sword move. This kind of sword move, unless one used power to defeat it, only a Realm 7 Grandmaster whose vital energy cultivation surpassed Chen Ling could pierce through Chen Ling's sword curtain with one stab. The difference in cultivation of a great realm, especially when the other's life bond energy was used up, was multiple times greater in power. So from any angle, this sword would be sent flying, and Xia Wan's bones and organs would be shattered. Only the Imperial City Messenger, who was the calmest, sensed a strange presence at this time. He keenly sensed the minute changes contained in this unusually simple sword strike. That strange presence came from the sword hilt. In other words, the power that surged from Xia Wan's body into the sword would not come out from the tip of the sword, but would accumulate at the hilt. There was no time for him to guess what would happen next. A sharp hum sounded. The snow-white sword tip and the crimson sword curtain had met. Among the sharp hum, there was a grand echo in the air. Large waves of energy formed where the sword tip and the sword curtain met and exploded outwards. There was no sound of bones cracking. The scene that all the cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House imagined occurred. The moment the snow-white sword tip and the crimson sword curtain met, Xia Wan's hand was completely separated from the sword. Even her vital energy connection with the sword was completely broken. However, there was an astonishing power that burst forth from the sword hilt and her feet at the same time. The accumulated power in the snow-white sword hilt smashed into the ground. The snow-white sword chi connected the ground and the sword itself, making the sword seem like a spear standing on the ground. Xia Wan's body used the recoil to fly backwards. The vital energy surging out of her body strangely attracted the primal energies of the universe under her feet, causing the rock under her feet to become abnormally strong. Even the Imperial City emissary did not sense the changes in her and the rocky ground beneath her. His eyes flashed with a stunned light. He felt shock because he understood the idea behind this sword. This sword was not the white goat hanging horn of White Goat Cave, but it used the sword moves she knew well to create an effect similar to the white goat hanging horn. It was like a pillar on the ground, waiting for the enemy to hit it. Compared to the initiative and agility of the white goat hanging horn, this sword appeared very rigid, waiting for an opportunity. Yet Chen Ling's sword move was rigid to begin with. She only used pure power to make herself one with the sword to hit the enemy. Dong! Chen Ling bumped into the pillar. The stone ground cracked and then was turned to powder by the powerful force. The power in the snow-white short sword was used up in this moment, and it fell to the ground like ordinary metal. The sword curtain that was extremely powerful for cultivators below Realm 6 was undamaged, but a powerful vibration passed from this sword curtain to Chen Ling's forehead. Chen Ling's mind rang. This feeling was no different from being hit in the head with a stick. It was very dangerous to not be able to control one's vital energy and life bond energy at this time. Chen Ling shouted and forced herself to focus. Yet this moment of delay caused the sword curtain to scatter. This was enough for Xia Wan. She used the simplest and clumsiest method. Her figure was still flying backwards, but all of the vital energy and primal energies of the universe in her body were violently forced out in an instant. The eruption of vital energy did not follow any moves. It just violently shot forward and swept up everything that could be swept up. The fallen leaves falling from the sky, the pebbles and gravel on the ground, and the water droplets dancing in the air all received a powerful impetus from the wild eruption of vital energy. They sped up in the air and turned into arrows. Countless shadows suddenly appeared between her and Chen Ling. Countless arrows landed on Chen Ling's sword curtain. Many passed through the gaps in the sword light and hit Chen Ling's body. Some of the hard rocks pierced her body, and then under the rebound of her chaotic vital energy, they were shaken out along with her vital energy, bouncing chaotically on the sword screen outside her body. In the next moment, These pieces of rock were shattered into even smaller pieces by the sword curtain. They danced and stabbed in the narrow space between the sword curtain and her body. A scream that caused all of the Plain Heart Swordhouse cultivators to pale sounded. The crimson sword curtain was filled with bloody mist. Countless wounds appeared on Chen Ling's body in an instant. Some of the wounds caused by her own power even penetrated deep into her body, causing her blood and qi to gush out. In the next moment, the sword curtain lost its support and suddenly disappeared. The bloody mist floated out and filled more space. The thick scent of blood entered everyone's nostrils. Two of the Plain Heart Swordhouse teachers rushed forward in shock towards Chen Ling, who had turned into a bloody person. If her internal injuries were not treated in time, it would not only affect her cultivation in the future, but it would also endanger her life very soon. Xia Wan had used up all of her vital energy. Her hands and legs were trembling slightly. However, anyone could see her excitement and ecstasy. Under everyone's gaze, she walked forward and picked up the snow-white short sword from the dust. As expected, there are no sword moves that can kill, only swordsmen that can kill. The Imperial City envoy looked at this young woman who had kept a low profile during the Minute Mountain sword trials but had a strong heart. He could not help but laugh and sigh in admiration. Chapter 798. The Plain Heart Swordhouse calmed down. Chen Ling's wounds had been treated in time. She no longer bled and did not faint. But looking at Xia Wan, who was standing silently, she wished she had fainted. Xia Wan had suffered unjust treatment in the past year. At this time, she was wearing the robes of a work disciple. Many teachers of the Plain Heart Swordhouse thought of how they had scolded and deliberately made things difficult for Xia Wan in the past year. When they looked at Xia Wan's robes, they felt ashamed and terrified. Many of the Plain Heart Swordhouse students of the same generation as Xia Wan felt great respect when they saw her calm appearance that was neither arrogant nor rash. What else do you have to say? Do you still feel she cannot convince the public? The Imperial City envoy put away his smile and looked at Murong Xiu, Chen Ling, and the others. Everyone he looked at bowed their heads. No one responded. In this battle, other than the opening move that Xia Wan had learned during the Minute Mountain sword trials, all the other sword moves were the sword moves of the Plain Heart Swordhouse, and they were moves that most students could cultivate and learn. Even the last move that was similar to the White Goat Hanging Horn was based on the use of vital energy, and could not be considered a special move. Chen Ling had been in contact with the sword moves of the Plain Heart Swordhouse longer than Xia Wan and was familiar with each move. Yet, Xia Wan had used these ordinary moves to defeat her. Everyone present had to admit that in the past century, the Plain Heart Swordhouse had not had a better student than Xia Wan. Putting aside the issue of her previous stance, if Xia Wan was willing to walk as a student of the Plain Heart Swordhouse, then Xia Wan was the future of the Plain Heart Swordhouse. Since no one disagrees, then the Plain Heart Swordhouse can follow the Imperial Sun's suggestion. You can now choose the person to leave the Plain Heart Swordhouse. The Imperial City envoy felt that Xia Wan had done better than he had imagined. He looked at Xia Wan with praise, but his tone had the coldness it should have. He hoped that Xia Wan had understood in the past year that many things in the world were cruel. When it was time to cut the Gordian knot, she could not be soft. Otherwise, it would cause more problems in the future. In reality, he was worrying too much. At this time, the first scene Xia Wan imagined was Cave Master Shui Wangshu of White Goat Cave, who had died before the Minute Mountain sword trial started. Most likely, many young cultivators who participated in the Minute Mountain sword trials could not forget that scene. The kind old man died in front of Ding Ning and Zhong Yi. His last wish was to see Ding Ning and Zhong Yi participate in the Minute Mountain sword trials. She sympathized with the old man's experience, and at the same time, she admired Ding Ning and Zhong Yi's actions. She withdrew in the end because she wanted to help Zhong Yi. She had her own principles in everything she did, and she was unfazed by honor or disgrace. But from then on, she understood how cruel the nobles could be for the sake of some so-called power and respect. When she took Ding Ning's letter from this envoy, she had quickly made a choice between the Changling Imperial House and the Basin Kendo ground. She was at least certain that the Basin Kendo ground back then would not be like Zhengxiu, forcing many cultivation places and cultivators to do things they were not willing to do. Mutual respect was the right way to start. I know, Xia Wn answered the envoy. She thought about it seriously and then gave a list of more than 20 people. Murong Xiu, Chen Ling, and the others were all on the list. You have to leave immediately. There are officials from the warden's office waiting for you on the path outside. Other than your own sword, you cannot take anything from the Plain Heart Sword House. This imperial city envoy did not give these people time to stay. He showed a cold side that was completely different from his previous warmth, and intentionally released a thread of vital energy. This vital energy presence caused these people to give up on the idea of conversation. This imperial city envoy's presence was not on the same level as them. This was a Realm 7 Grandmaster. Regardless of what you will think in the future, for the sect, it will be safer in my hands. When Murong Xiu and the others finally left the gates, Xia Wn bid them farewell peacefully and said softly to them, "At least, I can let the Plain Heart Sword House survive well. But if you continue to be in charge, the Plain Heart Sword House may not exist in the future." Her words were very vague, but they brought a great shock to Murong Xiu and the others. They could all understand the meaning of Murong Xiu's words. They were on Zheng Xiu's side, but if Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu were defeated in the battle against the Basin Kendo ground, then the Plain Heart Sword House would be destroyed. But Xia Wan was in charge of the Plain Heart Sword House. Even if she was on the Imperial City, just based on her friendship with Ding Ning during the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, the Basin Kendo ground would not make things difficult for the Plain Heart Sword House in the future. Simply speaking, at least, Xia Wan would not drag the Plain Heart Sword House into the battle between Zheng Xiu and the Basin Kendo ground. She would not let it be destroyed in the flames of war. Maybe you are right, Murong Xiu said sincerely as she left. Her personality was generous, but slightly weak. She had some selfish motives, but she had deep feelings for the Plain Heart Sword House. Chen Ling and some of the teachers of the Plain Heart Sword House who had been forced to leave might not think so, but looking at their backs, Xia Wan did not care. She knew that she would not need much time before her cultivation surpassed these people. At that time, even if they could return from the battlefield, she would not have to fear that these people could pose a threat to the Plain Heart Sword House. The Plain Heart Sword House that she had cleaned was not as strong as before, but it was a brand new Plain Heart Sword House. When the heart was in one place, it would give off a brand new atmosphere. When all the sect matters and replacements were arranged, Xia Wan and the Imperial City Envoy walked into the scripture tower deep in the Plain Heart Sword House. I do not know Elder's name. When they walked into the scripture tower, Xia Wan looked at the Imperial City Envoy and said when they were alone. Zhong Shouwu, the Imperial City Envoy said. It's you. Xia Wan was stunned and in disbelief. During the peak era of the Basin Kendo ground, this name was not very famous. But after Lin Zhujiu was rescued from the water prison, this name was mentioned many times with Lin Zhujiu. Even the young cultivators of Changling had heard of this powerful Basin Kendo ground cultivator. This Imperial City Envoy's appearance and voice were very different from the rumors. He should have used some method to change his appearance. But what truly shocked her was that people of the Basin Kendo ground like Zhong Shouwu had started to return to Changling. Could this be understood as the Basin Kendo ground's movements were greater than the outside world had imagined? Some of the great battles that everyone thought would happen sooner than everyone imagined. Chapter 799. But she did not ask these questions. She was still far from the level of fighting. Even if she could defeat a cultivator like Chen Ling in a duel, she did not feel that she had become strong. In the cultivation world, most of the time, Realm 7 was the beginning of true power. She was only concerned about her friends who had not been successful in the past. So she deliberately asked, "Will Yi Xin and Xu Lianhua also receive my help?" Zhong Shouwu glanced at her and said, "Of course." Xia Wan nodded and unconsciously frowned. "It will all be in the name of the second imperial prince. Will there be a problem?" Zhong Shouwu smiled and said, "They will use different methods. Also, compared to many things that will happen, These matters are too minor and will not attract much attention. Xia Wan did not ask. The Plain Heart Sword House's library tower could not compare to a supersect like Minute Mountain Sword Sect, but it had 4 levels. The scrolls and books it contained were much richer than White Goat Cave back then. The top level contained the secret treasures of many sects that only the sect master had the right to use. The secret method glass was a very special treasure. In the records of the Plain Heart Sword House, a certain generation of Plain Heart Sword House cultivators were fortunate enough to find some special 7-colored glass in a glass mine. Other than being especially rich in color, this naturally formed glass did not seem to be special like other glass. It could be transported from a distant glass production area to Changling, just like some gemstones, to be used as decorations or to be polished into jewelry. Yet the cultivators of that generation of Plain Heart Sword House found that this glass contained unique spirit medicines. After careful consideration, they found that this glass was formed naturally from some kind of fat and some crystals in the changes of the world. The formation mechanism was similar to amber, but the special fat should have come from an extinct spirit medicine. The wondrous effects of this secret method glass seemed to be specially prepared for cultivators between Realm 5 and 6. When vital energy was used to slowly activate the medicinal power inside, the medicinal power and vital energy would not just increase the cultivator's bodily functions, but also create a profound resonance with the cultivator's vital energy and the primal energies of the universe in the world. Other than allowing Realm 5 cultivators to quickly capture primal energies of the universe, it could also be used to break through from Realm 5 to Realm 6. So during the time of the Plain Heart Sword House, the cultivators of the Plain Heart Sword House strictly protected the secret of this glass. After they excavated all the secret glass in the mining area, they couldn't find any more traces of this glass in the production areas with similar earth veins. There was not much of this kind of glass. Especially when it was first discovered, a lot was wasted. When the Plain Heart Sword House started to strictly control it, there were only a few dozen pieces left. Because it was only useful for Realm 5 cultivators, and could not be used to break through from Realm 6 to Realm 7, this secret method Liu Li only helped the Plain Heart Sword House create some Realm 6 cultivators at a certain time, and did not give the Plain Heart Sword House the effect of being reborn. In the end, when the secret technique glaze was known to the outside world, there were only a few secret technique glazes left in the Plain Heart Sword House. In this generation, there was only one secret technique glaze left. There was only one item left. Naturally, it would be left for the most talented student. However, what kind of student would be considered the most talented? If they did not bear to use it, they would not bear to use it. Yet Ding Ning clearly felt that this secret technique glaze was suitable for the present Xia Wan. So he had Zhong Shiwu come with the goal of having Xia Wan take control of the Plain Heart Sword House forcefully, and then use this secret technique glaze. Now that Xia Wan used this secret technique glaze, no one in the Plain Heart Sword House would be dissatisfied. Xia Wan went to the top floor of the scripture tower. She brushed away the dust on the stone box that sealed the secret technique glaze. She opened the stone box in the dim light. When the stone box was opened, weak light shone into the stone box, and the stone box immediately gave off a beautiful light. This was a glass the size of an ordinary pebble. However, its surface was not smooth, and there were many naturally formed ridges and corners. The 7 colors were hard to describe. They seemed to have merged together, but also seemed to be separated very clearly. When Xia Wan took this secret technique glaze in her hand, as it slowly moved through the air, each surface flashed with different colors. Xia Wan was stunned. The weight of this crystal was about the same as ordinary crystal, but it didn't feel cold at all. Instead, it felt warm. I will start now. This was the last secret technique glaze left in the Plain Heart Sword House, so Xia Wan studied it for a long time, and remembered all the details. Then she did not go downstairs, and said to Zhong Shiwu. Zhong Shiwu nodded. He left the scripture tower, but did not leave, and just stood guard. Xia Wan closed her eyes and cultivated for an hour. She recovered some vital energy, and then slowly poured vital energy into this secret technique glaze. The moment her vital energy poured in, the spirit energy in this secret technique glaze resonated strongly. The 7-colored light grew bright, and reflected the windows of the scripture tower. The unique spirit energy and vital energy quickly merged. As Xia Wan led it into her body, it caused many primal energies of the universe to flow in this part of the world. This kind of cultivation became unusually simple. The primal energies of the universe that Xia Wan wanted to capture were like fish hiding in a stream, invisible and hard to capture. Yet this secret method glass was like a net. Xia Wan seemed to simply pull this net, dragging it in front of her and catching countless fish like this. While it was simple, Xia Wan did not dare to overlook any details because this was related to her future cultivation. She entered a selfless state of cultivation. The light of the secret technique glaze in her hand slowly faded as the spirit energy was used up. Her vital energy grew stronger, merged with more things, and became more condensed. Zhong Shiwu waited outside the scripture tower for 3 days. At a certain time after 3 days, he perceptively grasped an opportunity, and took out 2 sea beast yarrow cores from his sleeve. The Dan Qi inside these 2 sea beasts Dan was very powerful. However, when Yi Shiwen squeezed them with his Jin Yuan, they exploded in his hand. Moreover, the Jin Yuan didn't leak out at all. It was all suppressed by his huge strength. These 2 waves of core energies were like clear springs in his hand, and continuously flowed into the top floor of the scripture tower. The secret technique glaze was the treasure of the Pure Heart Sword House, and these 2 yarrow cores were gifts from Ding Ning and the Basin Kendo ground. These 2 yarrow cores picked out from the Jiaodong Commandery treasury contained large amounts of energy that was compatible with the Pure Heart Sword House's method, and could allow Xia Wan to quickly reach Realm 5. As to the breakthrough, when Zhong Shiwu first saw this humble young woman, he was certain that she would not have any problems reaching Realm 6. When Zhong Shiwu used his powerful cultivation to suppress the core energies of the yarrow cores, Xia Wan, who had her eyes closed, felt her eyelashes flutter. She seemed to be about to wake up from her sleep, but in the next moment, Xia Wan felt 2 clear springs charge into her perception. There was a rumbling sound. There seemed to be spring thunder in her perception. Enormous spirit rain fell from the sky along with the thunder. She sensed a new world. Naturally, she pushed open the door. Chapter 800. Xia Wan had a breakthrough like this. When Xia Wan had her breakthrough, Ding Ning, Bailey Sushue, and the others had returned to Jiaodong Commandery far from Changling. Ding Ning could not see the changes in Xia Wan and the others with his own eyes, and could not sense the weak primal energies of the universe when they broke through to Realm 6. But he was not worried at all about the cultivation of Xia Wan, Yi Xin, and the others. Even at the peak of the Basin Kendo ground, young cultivators with talents like Xia Wan, Yi Xin, and Xu Lianhua were rare. But at that time, even if these young cultivators were the focus of the Basin Kendo ground's cultivation, they could not have obtained such resources in such a simple and crude manner. As a complete sect, there were too many aspects to take care of, especially when there were many outstanding cultivators. Many things could not be piled on one person. But now, it was different. The remaining people of the Basin Kendo ground were old people. The resources they obtained in Jiaodong Commandery were more astounding than the Basin Kendo ground's treasury. When the things chosen from these resources were used on these people without any consideration, these people's cultivation could only be faster than the Basin Kendo ground cultivators of the same talent in the past. He was only worried about one person. This person was Jing Liuli. Compared to Jing Liuli, Xia Wan, Yi Xin, and the others were Changling's future. In the future, these rising talents would be of great use, but Jing Liuli was now. What she had to do was important, enough to change many of the plans that Ding Ning and Lin Zhujiu had thought of. If her plan to kill Li Sai succeeded, then many of the things that Ding Ning and Lin Zhujiu planned would be brought forward. Bailey Sushue's previous plans had succeeded. Other than understanding the enemy, even more importantly, many of the things he planned were impossible in the eyes of the outside world. On the battlefield, many things would be considered too risky and would not be used. No one would have thought that Jing Liuli would have a chance to kill Li Sai, who was so much stronger than him. Even Ding Ning and Lin Zhujiu did not dare to make such a plan, so the enemy would never have thought of it. Because of this, Ding Ning felt that there was a chance of success. Therefore, he had to make a lot of corresponding preparations. Help me go to Changling to see Huang Jinwei. Ding Ning sent Yang Tai Guanjian on a boat and made the most important arrangements. In the eyes of the outside world, Ding Ning was just waiting for Realm 8. When Ding Ning broke through to Realm 8, it would be time for the Basin Kendo ground to counterattack. However, in Ding Ning's opinion, the Basin Kendo ground's full-scale counterattack did not have to wait until then. At the base of Mount Li, in the group of palaces that were being built, countless craftsmen seemed to be working chaotically but were actually very orderly. In front of a large hall, a large beam was being set up. Two officials responsible for supervising the construction should have been watching this process to prevent any accidents, but at this time, their gazes were attracted by a middle-aged man with slightly bald hair. The middle-aged man with slightly bald hair was Mo Qinggong. His rank was the same as theirs. Yet after the Astrology Bureau disappeared from Changling, even the low-level officials of the Divinity Bureau were enough to make the officials of the other bureaus feel fear, much less this official who held an important position in the Divinity Bureau. Who are we investigating this time? When Mo Qinggong passed through the incomplete palace area and completely disappeared from their sight, one of the officials could not help but ask in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. I heard it is a cultivator of the Green Sun Sword Tower. Otherwise, the Divinity Bureau would not have sent such an experienced old dog. The other official said in the same low voice, supposedly, the Divinity Bureau took away 3 people from the front hall yesterday. They are all related to this Green Sun Sword Tower? The official who had asked the question changed expression. Right now, everyone in the world knew that the strongest cultivation place of the Zhao dynasty in the past was the Sword Furnace. But before the Sword Furnace suddenly appeared, all cultivators thought that the strongest cultivation place of the Zhao dynasty was the Green Sun Sword Tower. If there were great rebels in such a cultivation place, it would be terrifying. Other than Mo Qinggong, who was an official of the Divinity Bureau on the surface, when the Divinity Bureau focused on investigating a matter, they would naturally arrange for many secret agents that the outside world could not recognize as officials of the Divinity Bureau. These people would usually appear in unnoticed corners and do ordinary things. Then when the Divinity Bureau's investigation finished, even if these people left, no one would pay attention. The Divinity Bureau and the previous Astrology Bureau had great power in this area. Some of the people they arranged were people that even the lower-level officials did not know were from the Divinity Bureau and the Astrology Bureau because these people were arranged with orders from their higher-ups. In this astounding palace complex under Li Mountain, there were 2 places that were forbidden. Even the officials of the Divinity Bureau could not enter. One was the temporary residence of Li Sai and his staff. The other was the central area of the palace. Every day, at a set time in the afternoon, Li Sai would come out of his residence and patrol. In the end, he would focus on the central area and then return to his residence along a set path. Along the path Li Sai took, there were a few places for the craftsmen and laborers to rest. There were some moving tea carts, and some doctors moving through to deal with the sudden appearance of injuries. While the 2 officials were looking warily and nervously at Mo Qinggong's back, Jing Liuli was also carefully looking at Li Sai's back. Her present identity here was also a doctor. The difference was that the medicine in her medicine box was not for people to use, but to treat the diseases of the livestock in this enormous and unfinished land. Many heavy items needed to be pulled by livestock. The number of livestock in this unfinished land was astounding. She had such an identity. Dugu Bai's identity through the arrangements of the Imperial Palace and the Divinity Bureau was also very convenient. He was a low-level official in this area who would take her to some of the injured livestock. So even if the 2 were casually conversing, they would not attract anyone's attention. He is very confident, and does things in an orderly manner. He remembers many small things. When Dugu Bai came to Jing Liuli's side, Jing Liuli said softly and directly, but he is very conceited, extremely conceited. Because he was the one who convinced the officials and craftsmen who disagreed with many of the problems in construction. What problems are there in this area? Dugu Bai understood Jing Liuli very well. He knew that Jing Liuli said these things because it had to do with the possibility of defeating Li Sai. Being too conceited is also a weakness, especially when he feels there is a thread of possibility. He will not let go, and have the matter develop in the direction he wants. Jing Liuli turned to look at Dugu Bai and said seriously, Ding Ning said to me that the heart of the sword is the heart of the person. Before attacking, one must first understand what the other is thinking, and not what sword moves the other may use. So to deal with people like him, I can use the method that saves time. Chapter 801. The heart of the sword is the human heart. These words shocked Dugu Bai greatly. But what shocked him even more was Jing Liuli's next words. I can use the method that saves time. He had a feeling that something major was about to happen. What do you want to do? He could not help but ask, his voice unconsciously louder. You will know when you see. Jing Liuli looked at him and said. Are you confident? Dugu Bai almost blurted out these 3 words, but when he looked into her eyes, he got the answer. What Jing Liuli decided on was not something he could change. So he did not speak. In the end, when he spoke, it became, be careful. Jing Liuli nodded. When she had cultivated in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, because of her great talent, she had stood out among all the cultivators. She was like the highest peak of Minute Mountain that no one else could reach. She did not care about other people's opinions and gazes. She did not care about other people. Her cultivation gave her an indomitable spirit, and allowed her to break free of all restraints. Yet after studying with Ding Ning for a long time in Changling, she gradually understood that this was one of her greatest shortcomings. Seeing through people's hearts was the true heart of the sword. She studied, and gradually did it. Be careful was completely useless for what she was about to do, but she knew Dugu Bai's thoughts right now. She left Dugu Bai's side and started to walk. At the start, no one noticed. Even though the craftsman and laborers were just a few feet away from her, it was as if they each guarded their own world. As her steps grew faster, and she followed straight behind Li Sai's carriage, she finally attracted some people's attention. Some people unconsciously stopped and looked at this female medical officer. The people around the chariot also quickly sensed her presence. Suddenly, the air began to ripple with Yuan Qi. Li Sai. She stopped walking and shouted at the back of the figure on the carriage. Then she said, I am Jing Liuli. Gasps and gasps of disbelief could be heard all over the place. In Changling, no one had not heard of Jing Liuli's name, but no one had thought that such a legendary existence would appear here in such a manner. The carriage suddenly stopped. Li Sai turned slightly and then got off the carriage. The handsome man frowned slightly. His expression didn't fluctuate much, but he looked thoughtful and curious. Jing Liuli. He repeated Jing Liuli's name, and then had an inexplicable smile like he was looking at a naughty junior. What do you want to do? Conceit. His words caused this word to appear in Jing Liuli's mind again. She was one of the most important people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. If she appeared in front of another cultivator, regardless of the other's cultivation, the other would immediately wonder if Minute Mountain Sword Sect had made a powerful killing plot against him. They would be extremely nervous. Yet Li Sai spoke so mockingly without any worry. He must be extremely confident that Minute Mountain Sword Sect could not kill him in a place like this. When my master left Changling that day, I stayed behind. He only told me one thing, to kill you. Jing Liuli looked at Li Sai without anger, and spoke in a calm tone similar to Ding Ning's. Li Sai rubbed his forehead and said softly as though he had a headache, and then, I am more talented than you, and spent a lot of time slowly searching for your weakness. When my cultivation grows, I am fated to be able to kill you. Jing Liuli looked at him and said, but I am afraid of trouble, so I want to challenge you first. When the words were said, the surroundings were in an uproar. No one laughed at Jing Liuli, but many cultivators around Li Sai looked at Jing Liuli with strange gazes. This is child's play. Li Sai put away his mocking expression and frowned slightly. After he said this, he did not immediately respond. He thought to himself for a moment and then looked up at Jing Liuli, who was much shorter than him. He said slowly, Sect Master Bailey defeated all of us working together in Minute Mountain Sword Sect by himself. He must have felt that this had a great effect on our mental states. But he feels that this effect is great enough to affect our future cultivation, and make it difficult for us to find the door to Realm 8? Or does he feel that if you challenge me again, you can create a greater blow to my mental state? Jing Liuli's expression was normal. She did not respond as though she did not hear these words. You mean because your cultivation is too far apart from mine, I am giving you a chance to compete with me and understand me. If I do not even dare to do this, even if I win against you, I fear that I will not be able to pass my mental state. This will affect my mental state in the future. Li Sai looked coolly at her and said, of course I will agree to your request. But you have left Changling. If I give you such a chance today and then let you leave, it is not fair to me. Jing Liuli smiled coldly and said, speak. Li Sai looked up and said, today, I will agree to your conditions. But in the future, if you cannot win against me, you cannot leave my side. Dugu Bai had been nervously listening to the two's conversation. When he heard Li Sai's words, his heart jumped and he completely understood Jing Liuli's intentions. With Li Sai's personality, he was not just reluctant to kill Jing Liuli, he even wanted to take Jing Liuli for his own use. Oh! Jing Liuli's voice sounded. She looked sarcastically at Li Sai and said, keeping me by your side, you want to use your retainers to slowly influence me? Li Sai could not help but laugh. You can think of it this way. For me, if I cannot bear to kill you, and have an enemy like you never leave my sight, it is worth it to have one less terrifying enemy for Changling. As long as you do not regret it, Jing Liuli looked at Li Sai and said. Her words came from her heart and appeared unusually sincere. Li Sai unconsciously frowned. Jing Liuli thought and then asked, what kind of person do you think you are? Li Sai said coolly, I do not understand what you mean. How do you evaluate yourself? Do you think you are a good person or a bad person? Jing Liuli asked seriously. Or rather, many people feel that you are unforgivable because of your betrayal of the Li family. Do you have any objections to this? Perhaps you have your own difficulties in doing things that outsiders don't know about. Li Sai's expression was cold. Good and bad, is there meaning? There is meaning to me. Jing Liuli nodded and looked into his eyes. She said, this is related to my killing intent. If you have some difficulties, maybe I will not be so determined to kill you. In other words, maybe I can let you live. Li Sai took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back and said in a cold voice, your joke is not funny at all. Chapter 802. Jing Liuli looked at Li Sai and said, I am not joking. Is that so? Li Sai's emotions seemed to recover completely. He said coolly, if you want to know my story, you will have to defeat me. Jing Liuli looked at him. I fear it will be too late by then. At that time, the only one who felt regret was you. Li Sai laughed disdainfully. If it was anyone else, who would care about the life and death of the enemy? Also, which of the nobility in the world does not have a reason to be killed? Jing Liuli thought and said, if even you do not care, no one will care. Li Sai said proudly, who will care about things that cannot be changed? Jing Liuli shook her head and said, you are too conceited. Li Sai smiled unconcernedly and felt that these were the words of a child. Jing Liuli nodded slightly and looked at Li Sai. Please. This was naturally an invitation to fight. Compared to Li Sai, she was a junior. But her bearing right now was that of a grandmaster, and she did not consider herself a junior. Li Sai still nodded coolly and said, please. The two of them were so relaxed, but all the cultivators around them were agitated. One was the mysterious and powerful prime minister of the Qin dynasty, the other was the most talented genius in the history of the Qin dynasty. Many people would not be able to see a battle between two cultivators like this in their lifetime. The agitation of the emotions of these cultivators caused the energy around them to vibrate, and countless strange vibrations could be heard. Looking at Li Sai, who was still not looking at her, Jing Liuli was certain that the other would not attack first. This confirmed her judgment that Li Sai was a very conceited person. Her plan had succeeded so smoothly because Li Sai had been unable to stop Bailey Sushue in Minute Mountain Sword Sect together with Minister Yang and the others. This had left a shadow in his heart. For Li Sai, this shadow had to be removed. The other was not willing to attack first. Jing Liuli would not be polite. She quickly found the Yuan Qi power that belonged to her in the chaotic heaven-earth Yuan Qi around her. The true essence in her body flowed rapidly according to her will, drawing in the heaven and earth essence Qi. A sparkling and translucent sword light first appeared in her right hand, then spread to her entire body. Kai. A terrifying tearing sound suddenly rang out in this world, as if a leather tent had been cut open by an extremely sharp blade at a terrifying speed. It was not the tent that was cut open, but the air between Jing Liuli and Li Sai. Jing Liuli's body shuttled through the air at high speed. Her entire body was wrapped in sparkling sword light, as if she had turned into a sword. Seeing this scene, many cultivators were even more shocked and speechless. If they had not seen Jing Liuli's figure before, they would have thought this was Tantai Guanjian. This extreme speed of using the body as a sword was enough to make the swordless win over the moves. From a certain point of view, it could make up for the difference in strength, because the opponent might not even have the chance to take it head-on. The fastest way to fight was close combat. As the distance shrank, higher-level cultivators would not have enough time to react. An even faster way to attack was to use one's body as a sword. One's consciousness would no longer have a body. One's consciousness and vital energy would drive the body, like one's mind was driving a flying sword. What Jing Liuli was using right now was a kind of self-sacrificing sword. Only a fearless person who could completely ignore their body in battle could use it to reach such extreme speed. So most cultivators in the world could not stop such a sword. However, when Li Sai saw the scene in front of him, he didn't feel the slightest ripple in his heart. If Jing Liuli wanted to use such a method to defeat him, it was too naive in his view. He still had his hands behind his back, and did not even take a step back. When the sharp sword wind came at him, even his flying hair was cut apart. When the skin on his face produced a series of strange ripples because of the collision between the flow of true essence and the sharp presence, his left pinky moved slightly. This slight movement had shaken an invisible mountain in the sky. With a hiss, a bright bolt of lightning came down like a giant dragon and smashed towards the incoming glowing sword light. There was a rumbling sound. The lightning landed and created a deep hole. Thousands of tiny bolts of lightning swam out like snakes. The air was filled with the smell of burnt eggs. Jing Liuli's figure had disappeared from that place. The glowing sword light appeared behind Li Sai. The two were only dozens of feet apart. The air was forced by the sword energy to form thin veils that swayed. Gasps sounded. Many cultivators subconsciously felt that they could not stop such extreme speed. But before the gasps sounded, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Li Sai's mouth. He pressed back with the ring finger of his left hand. The fingerprints on his fingertips produced a circle of strange light, which then rapidly enlarged. There was a loud boom. A glowing ball of ice suddenly appeared in the space dozens of feet behind him and Jing Liuli, and collided with the sword light. Jing Liuli gave a low grunt and was sent flying backwards. Although there were countless cracks on the ice, it was still gathering the cold aura between heaven and earth. It was still expanding and growing. Without any pause, Li Sai's left middle finger moved. His middle finger once again lit up with a mark, and immediately attracted primal energies of the universe. The air was immediately filled with moisture. White mist suddenly appeared, and then formed a stream of water that swept towards the retreating Jing Liuli. Then his index finger moved again. The moment the red mark lit up, the smell of burning in the air grew stronger. A crimson fireball formed in the sky like a meteor, and smashed towards Jing Liuli. Then his thumb. The moment his thumb pressed into the air, countless grains of sand flew up from the ground, and formed a formation. Many streams of yellow energy passed through the sand, and formed yellow rocks half the height of a person outside Jing Liuli's sword light. His 5 fingers were constantly pressing and flicking. Every time a light mark lit up at his fingertip, it would stir up a terrifying power in the world. The minute movements of his fingers in the small space affected the vast world outside. Jing Liuli was trapped in the world of his 5 fingers. Finger mark sword. Dugu Bai felt a chill run down his spine as he saw this. This was a sword manual that had been lost long ago. He had not expected it to reappear in Li Sai's hands. When this sword technique was used, Jing Liuli could not get close. It was also at this moment that Li Sai's left hand's fingers moved even faster, forming an indescribable frequency. 5 different Yuan Qi powers continuously appeared in this part of the world. Icicles, fire dragons, lightning, rock flows and other objects continuously smashed towards that crystalline sword light. On the other hand, Jing Liuli's sword light could only dodge, and could not counterattack. Chapter 803. No matter how fast Jing Liuli was, she could only charge within a range of dozens of feet. Li Sai's finger seal sword moved within a small area. Just the slight movement of his fingertips caused the power of the world to crisscross. She could not keep up with Li Sai's speed and could not break through Li Sai's defense. It was like being attacked by multiple powerful swordsmen at close range. If she made a mistake, she would be seriously injured. But Jing Liuli was not shocked. Amidst the roars of ice, fire, thunder, and lightning, she sensed another small sound. This sound came from Li Sai's body, from his organs. His organs were vibrating and making sounds. Every time it shook, she could feel a unique flow of air forming in his body, rushing into the true essence in his body. When the flows of energy from his organs charged into his vital energy, they caused a wave of turbulence and then quickly merged with his vital energy. When the vital energy was turbulent, it was when the finger seal sword had the power of the world. The energies of the organs and the primal energies of the universe corresponded and cycled. Li Sai's organs were clearly stronger than ordinary Realm 7 Grandmasters, and he seemed to be able to release more potential in battle and activate his energies. So he cultivated a profound and powerful vital energy method. If this finger seal sword was used by someone else, it would not have such power. With a set cycle, there would be traces and a way to defeat it. And in order to clearly sense the vital energy in Li Sai's body, especially the vital energy imprint that Zheng Xiu left in his energy sea, she had to break Li Sai's fingerprint sword and force Li Sai to use an even more intense method, enough to shake the depths of his energy sea and reveal the wisp of energy hidden in the depths of his energy sea. Lightning could be seen in the details. When a new bolt of lightning fell in the air, Jing Liuli suddenly stopped. The glowing sword light around her disappeared. Her right hand's middle finger and index finger were used as a sword, stabbing straight into the sky with a powerful aura that could pierce the heavens and slaughter the earth. A purple sword chi was formed from her fingertip, but it quickly turned into a purple lightning. This purple lightning swept around her body. The lightning that fell from the sky was actually driven by this lightning that was only as thick as a thumb. With a boom, it collided with the fire that had just formed in the air. When the two vast powers collided, everyone felt a boom in their ears. A hot wind blew at their faces and many people's hair started to burn. Li Sai's body suddenly trembled. The true origin that was originally flowing steadily seemed to have split into two, colliding with each other in his body. Chem. Li Sai frowned and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, his body shook and immediately returned to normal. However, a layer of sparks and a layer of tiny electric light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if he had suddenly put on 2 layers of clothes. It was indescribably mysterious. You know the purple firmament sword move of the righteous Thunder Sword Palace. The sword vault of Minute Mountain Sword Sect is as good as the Basin Kendo ground of the past. He did not rush to attack first. He just looked at Jin Liuli, who had just stopped, and said slowly, "You are the first to attack. I know many things, and I learn quickly." Jing Liuli looked deeply at him and said slowly. When the true essence in Li Sai's body had vibrated, she had sensed that there was a silent place in the depths of Li Sai's energy sea. It was like an eternally unchanging starry sky. She knew that this presence was Zheng Xiu's energy imprint. But in order to completely sense the mysteries, she needed a more intense method of vibrating the other's energy sea. And it was at this moment that she thought of a way. "Take another blow from me." She looked gravely at Li Sai and said. In the next moment, a black sword energy appeared on her hand. The speed of this black sword chi was equally astonishing, shooting towards Li Sai like a bolt of lightning. Li Sai was slightly puzzled. While this black sword light was faster than Jing Liuli's previous figure, its power was not as great as Jing Liuli's previous attack. It was hard for him to understand how such a power could pose a threat to him, so he simply slashed out with his fingers, and an invisible sword chi slashed at the black sword light. However, in the next moment, the black sword light was not easily cut apart. Instead, it connected to Li Sai's invisible sword energy like a black rope. A layer of cold and ruthless expression appeared on Jing Liuli's face. This was not her present mood, but the sword essence she was about to use. Li Sai's brows furrowed deeply. He sensed a true threat of death. This was a unique sword hum that came from the black sword light. This kind of sound that could not be heard passed through his sword energy into his body, and all vital energy and blood along the way were shattered. His knowledge far surpassed ordinary cultivators, so he immediately knew that Jing Liuli had first used the soft sword essence Yarrow water coil to entangle his sword energy, and then used the Sanskrit sound destruction. This was a suicidal sword. Using vital energy to activate the sword energy, it created a sound that could not merge with the flesh of the human body. The bodies of the cultivators on both sides would immediately crumble into bloody paste. "You are crazy." Li Sai's voice sounded. Before his voice sounded, a great wave surged in his energy sea. With a boom, this great wave did not just scatter the sword energy entangled with each other, but also that unique vibration. Pew! Jin Liuli spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was thrown back dozens of feet by the vast power surging out of Li Sai's body, and she landed heavily on the ground. Li Sai narrowed his eyes slightly. His breathing was slightly hurried. Some threads of blood spread on the surface of his skin, gradually turning into cracks in his skin. Drops of blood seeped out of them. Jing Liuli fell to the ground, and the sound of bones cracking came from her body. But in this moment, her attention was not on herself, but on Li Sai's roiling energy sea. That unchanging presence was motionless in the energy sea, and became unusually clear. She lay motionless in the dust. A dark cloud quickly appeared on her body. Li Sai took a step in front of her, and looked at her with slight anger. His voice was slightly cold. "Is it worth it to use such a method to kill me?" The presence in Li Sai's energy sea became exceptionally clear because it was extremely close. She could sense every flickering presence of nirvanic extermination. A moment later, she said, "This method is the only way to kill you right now." Li Sai grew silent. If Jing Liuli's vital energy cultivation had been a bit higher, if she had been a bit faster, then just now, he would not have been able to forcefully erase this sword essence, and the two of them would have died together. "In the future, I will not give you a chance to use such a sword move." After a dozen breaths, he looked at Jing Liuli, who was slowly sitting up from the ground, and said. Chapter 804. Jing Liuli was covered in blood and appeared to be in a bad situation. But when she heard Li Sai's words, she wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and responded calmly, "Next time, I do not need to use such a sword move. Give her medicine and arrange a residence for her." Li Sai did not argue with Jing Liuli and coldly ordered the people around him. Jing Liuli glanced at him who was walking back to the carriage and said, "I have a companion." "Tchem?" Li Sai suddenly frowned. He was slightly shocked. Dugu Bai had already walked out. But following Jing Liuli's gaze, everyone discovered the existence of this young cultivator. Li Sai did not recognize all the juniors, but there were people around him who recognized Dugu Bai and whispered a few words to him. Li Sai was slightly surprised but did not say anything. He just waved his hand and indicated for them to arrange it together. "I will do it myself." Jing Liuli did not let the doctors come forward to give her medicine. She just picked a few of their medicines and took them herself. Dugu Bai was worried about Jing Liuli's present state and could not help but ask, "How are you?" "I am fine." Jing Liuli's answer was simple and crisp. Just as she finished speaking, she spat out another mouthful of blood, causing the doctors who had just walked a few steps to jump in fright. Dugu Bai frowned. Looking at her bloodless face and the blood on her lips, he said, "This is fine. This kind of serious injury is suitable to imitate and cause her to have a false perception," Jing Liuli said calmly. Dugu Bai heard the meaning in her words and was slightly shocked. But at this time, There was a carriage coming to pick up Jing Liuli, so he did not speak. He waited until the carriage took him and Jing Liuli to Li Sai's temporary residence and settled down in the courtyard before he could not help but ask urgently, "You sense that presence? It is like a piece of silent starry sky in his energy sea." Jing Liuli nodded and said, "I have memorized all the traces, but I need some time to comprehend the connection between his vital energy and this starry sea." Du Gubai thought for a moment and said, "I do not want to pressure you, but you must be quick. Li Sai is conceited and has the ambition to influence you and take you in as his subordinate. But his ambition may be dangerous in the eyes of many people. Yuan Wu or Zheng Xiu may interfere. News will come and go for many days. Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu will not interfere so quickly. Li Sai will think of a way to obstruct." Jin Liuli's expression did not change at all. She looked at the worried Du Gubai and said, "I am only worried about when we leave. After I kill Li Sai, leaving will be harder than coming in. You should know that I will not have much power at that time." Du Gubai was silent for a moment and said, "Just like how Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu did not have time to interfere here, the Basin Kendo ground could not have known beforehand that you would use such a method. They did not know that you would be trapped here. They did not have time to interfere." Jing Liuli nodded. She did not speak and just glanced at him. The result was clear. If Jing Liuli could successfully kill Li Sai the next time she attacked, then she could only rely on Du Gubai. Zhao Jiao in the Imperial Palace, or Administrator Chen of the Divinity Bureau, they would not have much power to interfere. "I will do my best." Du Gubai grimaced and honestly said what he thought. "But I feel that the chances of escape are small." Jing Liuli shook her head. "There is no hope if I am killed by his angry subordinates on the spot. Regardless of whether I am being escorted to Changling or escaping, as long as I do not die on the spot, I have a chance of escaping. There is a great difference in power between Realm 7 and Realm 5 and 6. But if you do not care about anything and just flee as fast as you can, they will need some time to catch up to you." Du Gubai's eyebrows rose slightly. But before he spoke, Jing Liuli looked at him and added, "The moment Li Sai is killed, you have to take me and flee before they react. You have to think ahead of time how to escape the fastest and delay the most." Du Gubai did not even think about why he had to enter this situation filled with danger and little chance. He made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "I will spend time to study two sword manuals that I found useless in the past." Jing Liuli closed her eyes and ended the conversation. The pills she had eaten had stopped the bleeding in her body and strengthened her energy, but they had caused her organs to be in chaos. But this was a part of her plan. She sensed countless stars flashing in the silent starry sky. Some of the stars seemed to be dead and motionless while others flashed continuously. This complicated and secretive flow of vital energy was too complicated and unfathomable for other cultivators in the world. But since she started to cultivate, Bailey Sushua had taught her many things in preparation for solving Zheng Xiu's starfire. Just so. Looking at the starry sky in her perception, Jing Liuli said inside. She was the most talented cultivator in the history of the Qin dynasty. The profound changes in star energy that appeared to be another world to ordinary cultivators were just so to her. The reason she said this was because she felt that if she wholeheartedly cultivated this kind of astral yuan qi cultivation technique, it wouldn't be difficult for her to catch up and surpass Zheng Xiu's achievements. Zheng Xiu's methods were not so incredible. In the world of her perception, she was like a child piling up building blocks, casually moving each star, and then quickly imagining and simulating the changes that each star's change would bring to this silent starry sky. Soon, she found the 7 most important stars among them. All the changes in the yuan qi, including the changes in the other stars, were actually caused by the yuan qi flowing from these 7 stars. She started to sense and capture the 7 different star energies from the world. When the yuan qi of the 7 stars was at its densest, she opened her eyes. It was late at night, and the moon was high in the sky. The stars were shining brightly, and from the stars in the sky, she was able to accurately pinpoint which 7 stars the yuan qi came from. "I am ready." "You?" She turned to look at Du Gubai, who had sensed her minute movements, and asked. "So fast?" Du Gubai looked like he had seen a ghost. Even though Jing Liuli had told him in the morning that it would be quick, he had imagined it would take at least a dozen days. How could he have thought that in less than a day, Jing Liuli would tell him it was done? Du Gubai composed himself and replied, I can barely give it a try. Jing Liuli nodded and said, I want to eat something first. Even if you die, you have to be a full ghost. Why do I feel this is so inauspicious? Du Gubai helplessly called the attendants outside. Previously, he had been the one to cook on the hill where the sheep were grazing. But at this time, he clearly could not cook and had to call Li Sai's subordinates to send some food over. Chapter 805. The food that Li Sai's subordinates brought over was naturally much more exquisite than the food that the two of them had made when they were herding the sheep on the mountain slope. However, in terms of purely filling one's stomach, it was not as convenient to drink as Du Gubai's soup. When Jing Liuli was 70% full, she ordered the servant outside, I want to see Li Sai. The servant outside the door did not say anything and quickly left. This courtyard was very close to Li Sai's residence. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Li Sai and a group of guests had already arrived outside the door. I want to talk to you alone. Go outside for a walk. Don't let them follow you too close. Jing Liuli looked at Li Sai, who was dressed in plain clothes. She did not use a negotiating tone, but rather a commanding one. Li Sai did not get angry. He only smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Then, he walked in front. Under the moonlight, Li Sai and Jing Liuli walked in front. Du Gubai followed behind them. Outside were Li Sai's servants and guests, all of whom were very cautious. After all, no matter how arrogant Li Sai was, he was still the prime minister of the Qin dynasty. Nothing could happen to him. Do you even understand medicine? Those medicinal pills you've taken will not help your current injury at all. Li Sai walked forward, subconsciously taking the route of the day patrol. He was the first to speak. He spoke to Jing Liuli as if he was reprimanding a junior disciple. Jing Liuli retorted sarcastically, you and I are enemies, not friends. If this injury affects your future cultivation, won't it be better for you? Li Sai did not get angry. He only turned his head to glance at her and said, actually, you know why. Jing Liuli said faintly, help you in the future? There is no such possibility. The so-called future is a very long time in the future. Li Sai smiled mockingly and said, when I was your age, I also felt that there were many things that I could not do or would not do. However, many years later, I realized that even if I did not want to do them, I still did them. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? You are too conceited. Jing Liuli repeated these words, then looked at Li Sai and said, but for someone as conceited as you, it is very difficult for you to do things that go against your heart. Everyone in the world says that you betrayed the entire Li clan in exchange for wealth and glory, but I would rather believe that there was more to it than meets the eye. Really? Li Sai smiled, turned to look at her and said, from this point, you understand me better than your master Bailey Sushue. That's what he thought when we fought last time. That's why I want to hear your story. Jing Liuli took a deep breath and looked up at the night sky. The moon was bright in the sky, and the stars were sparse when the moon was bright. However, she knew that those stars always existed, but their brilliance was covered by the moonlight. Li Sai frowned and said, I don't want to repeat the question from the day. If this is the last night of your life, you would rather this secret disappear with you, and no one will ever know your true story? Jing Liuli said calmly. Li Sai was silent for a moment and then said, I do not understand why you say this, but if the Basin Kendo Ground or Minute Mountain Sword Sect have the ability to kill me tonight, then let all the stories disappear with me. He was silent for a long time and said with slight disdain, other than you, no one will care about what happened in the past. Conceited people were often stubborn. Jing Liuli did not linger on this question. She thought for a moment and stopped walking. She looked at Li Sai and asked, after you die, what will happen to the world? Li Sai was still alive, but she was seriously discussing the problems after his death with Li Sai. If this was an ordinary person, they would be angry and ignore such a question, or be furious and ask why they were not discussing the problems after his death. But Li Sai was not an ordinary person. He seriously thought about what kind of effect his death would have on the current situation. The Yang and Qi will not be able to resist immediately. They will send an army to attack the Qin. Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu may put on a play. Husband and wife do not get along, but in reality, they will work together against the enemy. The Yang and Qi will suffer greatly. After thinking for a long time, he said these words. Nothing was more important than the war between dynasties. So he felt that this would be the greatest effect after his death. I originally thought that if Zheng Xiu lost another arm, the power between her and Yuanwu would be completely unbalanced. Your death would cause her and Yuanwu to break completely. Jing Liuli frowned and said after thinking for a long time. If there is a year or so, the two may be like you say. The Basin Kendo ground and your master have that kind of patience. They will plan step by step and prepare everything in advance. Once the two break, the Basin Kendo ground will undoubtedly lose and will not have a chance to turn things around. Li Sai smiled and said, but the Yang and Qi cannot resist. The Qi emperor has just changed. While the new emperor is strong and has a good reputation, he changed a group of the old people under the previous Qi emperor. Right now, the generals under him are the radical young faction. As to the Yang, the faction in power right now is about the same as the Qi. Adding on the fact that the Qin dynasty has many arrangements in the Yang, if we instigate them, the Yang will send troops even faster. The Yang and Qi are attacking the Qin, but the Qin have a common enemy. Jing Liuli's eyes flashed and he seemed to understand. Li Sai smiled and said, the biggest problem is that the Qin dynasty originally had many generals who sympathized with the former Basin Kendo ground, and many admired the former Basin Kendo ground cultivators. As the Basin Kendo ground slowly gained power, if there were no wars, and only the schemes and battles of the cultivation world, many armies and generals would naturally side with the Basin Kendo ground. But the mission of the generals and armies is to protect the territory. If the enemy invades, these armies and generals will not retreat, and only think about fighting the Yang and Qi armies. Jing Liuli frowned even deeper. Ding Ning and Lin Zhujiu must have thought of what you are thinking. Li Sai sneered. Thinking of it and being able to stop it are not the same thing. At most, they can control Jiaodong commandery and a small part of the Chu, but when can they truly control the Yang and Qi? In front of the interests of the dynasty, their dissuasion will not be of much use. Jing Liuli thought for a moment and did not respond. Li Sai slowly continued, disregarding the fact that this war will cause the armies to unite against a common enemy and not side with the Basin Kendo ground, I do not feel that the Yang and Qi will gain much from this war. Some mineral resources, some commanderies of the enemy that could not be taken may fall into our hands. In the following battles of the cultivation world, our power will increase greatly. Jing Liuli thought for a moment and then did not discuss this. She looked up at the distant hill where the sheep were grazing. Before I came here, I grazed the sheep on that hill and observed you for many days. Really? Li Sai stilled slightly and followed her gaze. If I have time, I can go and see the sheep you grazed. If the Yang and Qi do not listen, then let them lose. Even if Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu do not break off and gain benefits, I have confidence in Ding Ning and my master. They will be prepared. Jing Liuli suddenly said and then said, as a Qin person, if you look further, it is a good thing for the Qin to unify the world. The greatest difference between you and me is that while you are conceited, you are pushed by some things. But I only do what I want to do, and I will push some things to happen. These are my thoughts, and have nothing to do with the thoughts of my master and Ding Ning. Chapter 806. Li Sai looked at Jing Liuli again. You are a very special person. He frowned slightly. I originally thought that you did all this because of the enmity of your sect, your master's kindness to you, and your interactions with the people of the Basin Kendo ground. But I had not expected you to have your own thoughts other than these. I am me. What I do naturally comes from my own love and hate. Jin Liuli looked at him like she was looking at a monster with slight disdain. Do we have to care about how other people look at us, or accept the thoughts other people indoctrinate us with when we do things? What I want to do is not purely for Minute Mountain Sword Sect or the Basin Kendo ground. Hearing these words, Li Sai was silent for a long time and then laughed self-deprecatingly. I still underestimated you. Jing Liuli glanced at him. You should not have underestimated me. You have your own thoughts. Based on what you say, for the Qin dynasty to swallow the Yang and Qi, I should fulfill your wish. If you kill me tonight, it will change many things. Li Sai put away his smile and said. Jing Liuli did not look at his expression right now. He looked at the distant slope and said slowly, have you ever thought about the future? If you do not die tonight, will you always stand on Zheng Xiu's side, and wait for the result of her victory against Yuanwu and the Basin Kendo ground? You should have thought about it. She wants to win in the end. But to win against Yuanwu and the Basin Kendo ground, it is more difficult than anyone else. I do not know if you are willing to believe, but some of your views are the same as mine. On some matters, you and I are bosom friends. Li Sai smiled emotionally. Unifying the world is a beautiful thing. Jing Liuli continued to walk. Looking at some unfinished buildings along the way, she suddenly said in a low voice, based on what you said, if you die here tonight and know what will happen, you probably won't be too disappointed. Li Sai put his hands behind his back and said softly in a voice only the two of them could hear, it is difficult to find a soulmate in life. If I really die here tonight, I will fulfill my promise. In the future, when you go to Changling's Sanhui Hall, you will know my story. Jing Liuli nodded. There are many of my men of sacrifice here. They have my orders. If you can really kill me, they might not necessarily kill you. However, there are countless cultivators under the command of other nobles below Mount Li. It will be very difficult for you to escape. Li Sai also said these words without any reason. He changed his previous route and headed towards an area that he wouldn't even go to when patrolling. Only, no matter how much I think about it, I still can't think of a method that you and this brat from the Dugu Marquis household can use to kill me. Jing Liuli took a deep breath and looked at Li Sai. She said, are you ready? If this is fate, then come. Li Sai stood quietly and said proudly. In this moment, Jing Liuli had an indescribable feeling. From a certain point of view, Li Sai was her bosom friend. But the more so, the more they had to do what both of them wanted to do. If killing her could create that kind of future, Jing Liuli was certain Li Sai would do the same. There was no hesitation, no sign on the surface. That starry sky appeared clearly in her mind. In the depths of Li Sai's energy sea, the silent starry sky that Zheng Xiu had planted. In the next moment, the chaotic energies in her body roared. In this moment, the energies in her body moved furiously, and caused her injuries to be so serious she was on the verge of collapse. The dark sky above suddenly lit up. Red lightning and fire moved through the clouds, and wind, snow, and ice howled as they fell. At the same time, the energies charged into her energy sea and created waves. While they were talking and walking, no one noticed, not even Li Sai, who was not far away from her, that some of the star Yuan Qi floating in the air had already seeped into her body. At this moment, in the storm in her Qi sea, the astral Yuan Qi instantly formed the star map in her mind. Then, several of the brightest stars instantly shattered, sending out instructions towards the endless sky. This order was connected to the silent starry sky in the endless void, and then to Zheng Xiu's energy sea. Zheng Xiu was in a workshop. She was not even in Changling, but at this moment, she heard this heart-palpitating call and guidance. She was shocked. Li Sai and Prime Minister Yang were the most reliable existences. Around these two prime ministers, there were always large amounts of unimaginable death warriors. There were large amounts of troops that could arrive very quickly. She could not imagine who could assassinate Li Sai and force him to the brink of death. She did not hesitate. Her energy sea immediately followed this guidance, and furiously spewed out the vital energy and primal energies of the universe that had accumulated in her body. In the endless void, in the silent starry sky, the energies started to rampage. Seemingly surpassing the limits of time, countless pale white stars formed along the way, and formed a pale white flame soared in the clouds above the palaces of Li Mountain. Li Sai and Yi Xinhe were the two most important people by her side at this time. So her flame sword carried a crazy presence and was unprecedentedly powerful. The moment the clouds formed in the sky, the entire cloud layer was completely set ablaze. The lightning, ice, and floating dust all started to burn. Dyed by the star fire, they turned into cold flames that swept outwards. From the rampage of Jing Liuli's energies to the formation of this flame sword, it had happened in an instant. Li Sai had just looked up, and before this flame sword appeared in his eyes, he sensed the presence of destruction and madness. He was shocked and puzzled at this moment. But in the next moment, he understood what had happened. So this is how it is. The cloud of doubt in his mind seemed to be burned away by the flame sword imprinted in his eyes, and suddenly opened. He admired Jing Liuli greatly, but he could not accept this. All of the vital energy in his body gushed out. He was so madly forcing his energy sea that the surface of his body was covered in cracks. Blood and flames charged upwards together. With a boom, the starfire sword fell. The pale white star fire sprayed and collided with the vast power surging out of his body. People felt blinding pain and could not see clearly inside. Official. Multiple gut-wrenching shouts sounded at this time. In the distance, Zheng Xiu, whose presence was extremely unstable, seemed to be frozen and could not move. At this moment, she sensed a presence more clearly than anyone else. A similar guidance. She felt cold all over. Chapter 807. Even she herself could not distinguish the difference between the two guiding presences. In her perception, those were the energy imprints she had put in Li Sai's energy sea. That was one of the deepest secrets of the Starfire Sword, and the reason she was feared the most. In the present world, when her enemies faced the subordinates she cared about, they did not just have to face her subordinates alone, but her full power attack at the same time. From a certain perspective, as long as her cultivation continued to grow, she would always be one of the most terrifying people in the world. Then, any of her subordinates who traveled outside would be the most terrifying cultivators in the world. They would all be her incarnations. Even Wang Jingmeng back then did not know the secrets of her Starfire Sword. Other than her, no other cultivator in the world cultivated such a method, and could not know her secret. She had never thought that something like this would happen. However, something like this had happened tonight. Furthermore, she had figured it out in that instant. Someone had cracked her secret. From now on, unless she saw it with her own eyes, unless she locked onto it with her perception, she would not be able to use energy imprints like this to assassinate an enemy in any corner of the world. Because she could not be sure if that was the guidance from the energy imprint in her subordinates, or the guidance from the enemy. This also meant that when the news spread tonight, all the cultivators in the world would know that their subordinates no longer had the protection of the Starfire Sword. While she did not know that this was Bailey Sushua's arrangement from more than a decade ago, and that Jing Liuli had solved her secret tonight, she knew that after Jiaodong Commandery, her most important thing, or rather, the thing that could help her fight against Yuanwu or the Basin Kendo ground, was lost. This would completely change her status in the world of cultivators. She stood motionless in the darkness for a long time. The bright moonlight fell on her body. Her hair flashed with silver light, and then turned white like it was dyed in autumn frost. Among her black hair, even she did not notice that some white hair had appeared. The higher one stood, the more they could see into the distance. At the same time, the higher something was, the easier it was for people to see and sense. When Jing Liuli activated her guidance, it caused the Nirvana star Yuan Qi to madly gather into a sword in this world and then fall down. Many of the true great grandmasters in the world had sensed such a change. Especially in Jiaodong Prefecture. Ding Ning, Bailey Sushue, and the Donghu monk immediately sensed this abnormality, and confirmed that the Starfire Sword with its madness and urgency had landed around Changling. Who else in Changling could make Zheng Xiu so anxious like Li Sai? Jing Liuli succeeded. Ding Ning looked in the direction of Changling and said to Bailey Sushue behind him. The two were in a quiet room near the sea. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, the scenery was vast and beautiful. The sea breeze came gently. The weather in Jiaodong Commandery was pleasant, but the two did not have any joy on their faces. Because it was too fast. Even Bailey Sushue, who understood Jing Liuli best, had not expected this to happen so quickly. Yang and Qi will move. Lin Zhujiu also appeared in this room, his expression unusually grave. And they may not listen to us. Ding Ning slowly nodded, his mood extremely heavy. Ever since they took over Jiaodong Commandery, compared to Changling, their advantage was in the cultivation world. The Chu army had just finished cleaning up the Zheng family armies in Jiaodong Commandery, and had time to catch their breath. In terms of numbers and quality, they could not compare to the Qin, Yang, and Qi armies. Donghu and Wuji were too far from Jiaodong Commandery, and temporarily could not be of any use. Also, if they wanted to resolve grievances in the cultivation world, they had to avoid wars between dynasties. Otherwise, if they wanted to avoid large numbers of deaths and injuries, there would be no need to talk about a long war. When it came to the level of a battle between millions of soldiers, a few more powerful grandmasters on either side would not be able to play a decisive role. For example, in the previous battle between the Qin and Chu, when consort Zhao Xiong personally led the troops in the Yangshan Commandery, almost all the grandmasters of the marquessate establishments on the Qin side had been killed, and many grandmasters on the Chu side had died. Those powerful Realm 7 grandmasters were just as dangerous as Realm 5 and 6 cultivators on a battlefield of that scale. Their lives could not be guaranteed. When Ding Ning learned of Bailey Sushue's arrangements for Jing Liuli, he had started to move some things in advance. But in his view, this would take months, and not just a few days. There is no time. Hearing Lin Zhujiu's words, Ding Ning gave a simple reply. Then he said, Zheng Xiu has many arrangements in the Yang and Qi. Once the news spreads, her cultivators will feel danger. The Yang and Qi people will not fear killing her subordinates. She will push for war when she has no other choice. Bailey Sushue took a deep breath and said, if we use the soaring snakes of Jiaodong Commandery to travel, there may be a chance. That way, we may make enemies in many places. Ding Ning hesitated for a moment and then looked at Bailey Sushue and said, also, Jing Liuli may have her own ideas. Bailey Sushue's eyes frowned. Jing Liuli? She has studied with me for a long time in Changling. She does not just look at problems from the perspective of cultivation and enemies. So before killing Li Sai, she will think about what changes killing Li Sai will bring. Ding Ning said softly, she has great talent in all areas, so I do not believe she does not know these things. If she thinks the same as us, and only wants to resolve the grievances between the Basin Kendo ground and the Changling Imperial House in the Battle of the Cultivation World, she will leave some time for us. But she did not. This means she has her own ideas. Bailey Sushue was silent for a long time and said, she really is a person with her own ideas. Everyone in the room grew silent. What would happen if they only resolved the grievances between the Basin Kendo ground and the Changling Imperial House in the Battle of Cultivators? Based on the present situation, the most likely was that Yuanwu and Zhang Xiu were defeated, and the Qin dynasty would establish a new emperor. In the distant future, the Qin dynasty, Chu, Yang, and Qi would form a new alliance and have good relations for 100 years. But Jing Liuli did not want this. The Chu had disappeared. Maybe she did not want to have another Chu. Maybe she wanted to go one step further, and push for the Yang and Qi to disappear once and for all. Then if this was the case, after killing Li Sai, she would act to push these matters to proceed as she wanted. Chapter 808. Everyone would have their own thoughts, and could have their own thoughts. The wishes of the Basin Kendo ground, Ding Ning and the others could not represent the wishes of all the Qin people. So if Jing Liuli felt that Ding Ning, Bailey Sushue and the others' thoughts were not thorough enough, and she wanted to act according to her own thoughts, then she could not be said to be wrong. Ding Ning could not say that Jing Liuli was wrong. In the future, she may be a threat, Lin Zhujiu said honestly. No matter if it was Ding Ning or Bailey Sushue, no one present could say that Lin Zhujiu's words were wrong. When there was a fundamental difference in the way they handled certain matters, they could become enemies. Even more importantly, in Lin Zhujiu's view, Jing Liuli's top talent and her rapid progress meant that she was the only person who could catch up to and even surpass Ding Ning's cultivation in the future. Even Ding Ning did not deny this. Even though he had cultivation experience that ordinary people could not have, Even though he was the cultivator with the greatest cultivation knowledge and battle experience in the past centuries, Ding Ning knew that his talent in many areas did not surpass Jing Liuli. At least, Ding Ning knew that he could not do something like tonight. Jing Liuli's body was not like Ding Ning's, who had been strengthened and modified by many special methods, but she still had an unimaginable affinity with energy. She was born like a magical crystal, and could cause primal energies of the universe to flow naturally to her body. Even more importantly, Ding Ning understood Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu very well. But tonight, Ding Ning felt that he still did not understand Jing Liuli well enough. The pale starfire burned silently in the incomplete palace. These starfire were as cold as fireflies, but the rays they released before they disappeared were enough to cause cultivators to feel a burning pain. At the place where the starfire sword had landed, there was a scorch mark. Li Sai's figure seemed to have stood there for a moment in the sight of his retainers. But when these shocked retainers looked again, Li Sai's body disappeared into the air like a faint shadow. No one believed this was the truth. But the truth happened like this. Li Sai, one of the two ministers who had shaken the world many years ago, disappeared from the world like this. Dozens of blinding green sword lights were furiously fleeing out of the palace complex. Dugu Bai carried the almost unconscious Jing Liuli on his back. He did not think of anything else, and only controlled his sword energies. The only thought in his mind was to flee as far as possible. The true essence gushing out of his body converged into dozens of perfectly straight green sword lights that surrounded him. With each breath, a new green sword light would explode, creating a terrifying pushing force that pushed the energy around him and Jing Liuli furiously faster. At the same time, a new sword energy formed. The speed of this sword move could not compare to Yangtai Guanjian, but this was the limit of what Dugu Bai could do. Most of Li Sai's retainers did not chase. Li Sai had deliberately chosen the edge of the palace complex where Jing Liuli and Dugu Bai were most likely to escape. But at this time, there were still many bright sword lights in the night sky that chased after Dugu Bai from all directions. In Lin Zhuzhou's view, Jing Liuli, who was fainting and might not be able to escape alive, was the only threat to Ding Ning in terms of personal cultivation. But there were at least 3 people in the world who did not think so. Zheng Xiu was still standing in the moonlight. Her body grew colder. One was because of the lack of vital energy. That moment of explosion had used up much of her power. The other was because she was gradually losing everything and growing lonely. What else could she rely on? The moonlight and starlight went down, but her perception went against the flow. The silent starfire was so cold and emotionless, but when her perception passed through it, the star energy she was familiar with seemed to become the only thing that gently wrapped around her. She sensed the small sword that was being tempered in the starfire. Her perception touched the sword and snuggled close to it. In a palace not far from her, Yuanwu was also looking at the stars in the sky. His eyes were filled with emotion, but occasionally flashed with a thread of anticipation. In the past, everyone had felt that he was very ordinary. At least, compared to the geniuses of the past, he was too ordinary. So in his view, the world that was too ordinary and without waves was not of much use to him. Moving in peace and stability, he would definitely fall behind those geniuses. So he needed troubled times. He needed to take risks and pull chestnuts out of the fire. Each step he took was hair-raising. For example, how much risk had there been in the mutiny that destroyed the Basin Kendo ground? Every step he took felt as if he was on fire. With the burning sensation, he would naturally walk faster than ordinary people. Even Ding Ning, who had the 9-death silkworm, did not dare to use the immortal medicine of the ancestral mountain. Ding Ning felt that the energy contained in this medicine would completely consume a person's consciousness and turn them into another kind of being. But Yuanwu did not think so. Something that even Ding Ning feared, he thought it was the key to victory. The moon was in the sky. Who could truly shine with the sun and moon and live forever? Yuanwu's perception once again gently wrapped around that ball of energy, the immortal medicine of the ancestral mountain. Was life and death important? What was important was what kind of method could one use to live, to burn one's life to such an intense degree that no one in the world could reach. If one could obtain power in hell that surpassed everyone in the world after death, then Su Qin would unhesitatingly sink into hell. In a certain place in the Qi dynasty, when the starfire sword fell, Su Qin also looked up at the sky. There was a cultivator's corpse in front of him. Under the surging aura from his body, the cultivator's corpse was like burnt charcoal, turning into powder layer by layer and being blown away by the wind. This was the 13th Qi cultivator that had died by his hand in recent days. But the first 12 were all below Realm 7, at most peak Realm 6. The 13th Qi cultivator was a grandmaster through and through. This grandmaster was the master of the 100-Night Palace. But this 100-Night Palace was located in a remote part of the Qi dynasty and was very mysterious. So after killing this grandmaster, Su Qin could naturally walk in the Qi as this grandmaster. He could use the identity of a true Qi cultivator who cultivated the yin and ghost method to win the respect of the Qi cultivators, and take the position of alliance leader like Yang Ying had in the past. For Su Qin, especially after Ding Ning's true identity was known to the world, the enemy he had to surpass was always Ding Ning. Chapter 809. The bright moon was in the sky, and the waves beat against the shore, sweeping up piles of snow. Ding Ning stood at the window, looking at the waves below the cliff. He could not help but shake his head. He felt slightly helpless. Most cultivators in the world pursued invincibility. Maybe in their view, when they reached invincibility, there was nothing in the world that was difficult. But Ding Ning knew this was not the case. Back in Changling, he had known this. Now, he was thought to be invincible in the world. In terms of individual combat power, even if he had not truly reached Realm 8 from Realm 7, the cultivators in the world would at most think that Yuanwu could match him, but would not think that the present Yuanwu could defeat him. Ding Ning himself was certain that reaching Realm 8 was just a matter of time. But even at Realm 8, there would be times when he felt helpless. Invincibility was not a god that looked down on all things in the world, could not decide everything in the world, and could not change the life and death of many people. The waves below the cliff were pure white, but Ding Ning was slightly dazed. The waves in his eyes seemed to be red, like a sea of blood. If there is no way to change the Yang and Qi sending troops, what will the Basin Kendo ground do? Bailey Sushue knew where his helplessness came from. He asked Ding Ning this question. Guard Jiaodong Commandery. I will even try to take back the power in the Chu. Ding Ning said, we do not have much military power in Jiaodong Commandery, and cannot send troops. Bailey Sushue understood Ding Ning's words. The chances of the Yang and Qi sending troops were high. If the Yang and Qi sent troops, it meant that the Yang and Qi dynasties believed that if they worked together, they could destroy the Qin. In this situation, if the Basin Kendo ground sent troops, for the Qin, Yang, and Qi, any of the three sides would be enemies of the Basin Kendo ground. I do not care about the Yang and Qi. If they think they can destroy the Qin, then they will be destroyed. Bailey Sushue said after a moment of silence, I just fear that you will be pushed by Jing Liuli. Ding Ning naturally understood Bailey Sushue's meaning. Many things, even if the end result is the same, but whether or not you intervene is related to your original intention, and whether or not you see many of your friends as enemies. A person's change came from a change in their thinking. So Ding Ning turned to look into his eyes and said, of course not. But I want to kill Yi Xinhe first. After a few breaths, Ding Ning, who had completely calmed down, added softly. Among all the enemies in the Basin Kendo ground, there were only a handful of people who could pose a real threat to them. Yuanwu, Zheng Xiu, Shufu, Minister Yang, and Yi Xinhe. The time is too short, there are many things that I cannot prepare in time, especially for Qianmu and Shouchen. They still need a long time. But if war erupts, Yi Xinhe will appear on the battlefields outside Guanzhong and Changling. I will personally kill him, Ding Ning said. Bailey Sushue did not speak again. In reality, as he looked at the waves on the sea, he knew that the world of cultivators was like the sea, and would never be calm. He understood Jing Liuli too well. So he could not help but think, in the future, when Jing Liuli reached a certain level of strength, if a possibility appeared, when she found that killing Ding Ning could push something forward, then she might really act against Ding Ning. Some people did not care if they could become existences that ruled the world, but cared if they could change the world according to their will. Such people were more terrifying than those opponents with pure desires. Other than worrying about such a thing happening, Bailey Sushue was more worried about Jing Liuli's life. In the night, Dugu Bai, carrying Jing Liuli on his back, was furiously fleeing. The darkness concealed endless killing intent. There was a sharp sound, and then a soft pop. This soft sound came from Dugu Bai's waist. A sinister flying sword quietly broke through the sword light outside his body and directly pierced his waist, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This was not the first serious injury to Dugu Bai's body. In the short time that Bailey Sushue and Ding Ning had been talking, there were 4 or 5 such terrifying wounds on his body. Yet this young cultivator was still furiously moving through the forest. Just like in this moment, he did not even care about the flying sword that left him covered in blood. He did not care where the owner of this flying sword that had flown away after its killing intent was, or if this flying sword would appear next to him again. He was just fleeing without regard for anything. He was far away from that incomplete palace. Relying on absolute speed, he could shake off many cultivators and not be surrounded. However, there were still powerful cultivators who were able to chase after him. Some of them even arrived in front of where he was fleeing. The direction that Dugu Bai was fleeing in was the mountain slope where he and Jing Liuli had grazed their sheep. He and Jing Liuli had lived peacefully on that mountain slope for a while. Since Jing Liuli had killed Li Sai because of Bailey Sushue's arrangements, and Jing Liuli had been able to arrange for people to enter this palace, then at least the spies in the Changling Imperial Palace, the Basin Kendo ground, and the people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect would know that this place was Jing Liuli's base. There was a greater possibility that someone would come to his aid. But on the mountain ridge in front of that mountain slope, there was an enemy waiting for him. This was a female cultivator. She had a coarse cloth apron around her waist with swill and vegetable leaves on it. She was dressed like a cook. Before the starfire landed, she had been working as a cook in that incomplete palace, and had even been dealing with the teasing of a foreman. But when Dugu Bai was doing his best to flee here, she was already a mountain ahead of Dugu Bai and waiting here. Li Sai had said in his previous conversation with Jing Liuli that if Jing Liuli could kill him, he had instructed his retainers. Many of them would not pursue Jing Liuli, but he could only guarantee that most of his retainers would follow his orders. Just like how Bailey Sushue could not completely control Jing Liuli's thoughts, this female cultivator did not follow his orders. In that incomplete palace, there were many cultivators in disguise like her. Their purpose was to ensure Li Sai's safety. As for her, she was the most powerful of them all. Her name was Mu Hongyang. Back in the era when she led the Qin army against the Han, Zhao, and Wei on the Basin Kendo ground, she had been one of the most famous assassins in Changling. It wasn't until she became one of Li Sai's personal guards that her name disappeared from the world of cultivation. Many years ago, when she put away that small sword that could kill, protecting Li Sai was her only mission. But now, Li Sai had died like this. Her life seemed to have suddenly become empty, losing its meaning. When she rushed out of the unfinished palace, she was still holding a few pieces of vegetable leaves that hadn't been washed. Now, she was holding a small sword in her hand, a bright red small sword. Chapter 8:10. Mu Hongyang came from Guangzhou. Her sword was the famed sword of the former Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Carmine. She was originally an assassin trained by the old Changling power, the Taishu family. Assassins and swordsmen were both cultivators, but the difference was that swordsmen pursued the open path of grandmasters, and left behind sword manuals for future generations. Assassins hid in the darkness and shadows, and only killed. Assassins would often appear suddenly, and retreat if they succeeded. If they failed, they would retreat. Mu Hongyang was the same, but she rarely lost. What completely changed her life was the fight between the old powerful families and the new powers that rose with Yuanwu. She was the person the Taishu family had sent to assassinate Li Sai back then. Yet she had lost badly at that time, and had even been captured. But Li Sai had allowed her to live, and in the end, had her become his personal attendant. But even though she had changed from an assassin to a bodyguard, her method of fighting was still that of an assassin. She would hide around Li Sai, in the darkness. Just like this, she stayed on this mountain ridge, waiting for Dugu Bai and Jing Liuli to come. It would not be a fair duel, but an assassination in the darkness. In these years, at least 10 Realm 7 cultivators who wanted to assassinate Li Sai had died at her hands. But before they approached this mountain ridge, other than her, Dugu Bai and Jing Liuli had an opponent that could bring them to death even faster. That sinister flying sword that could silently pass through Dugu Bai's sword curtain and perception each time, and appear around him. The first time this flying sword appeared, it created a bloody wound on Dugu Bai's leg. The second time it appeared, it stabbed into Dugu Bai's waist. Before Dugu Bai's vital energy could launch a violent counterattack, it quickly pulled away and fled into the night sky. The third time it appeared, it was in the soil under Dugu Bai's feet, and pierced through Dugu Bai's right foot. These 3 sword wounds were very serious. Especially the one that pierced through the foot. It caused Dugu Bai to fly out, and even the sword energy around him was thrown into chaos for a moment. The owner of this flying sword was also very shocked. If this was an ordinary cultivator, they would not even be able to fly with the 3 sword wounds he had caused. But this young cultivator carrying Jing Liuli was able to persist, and did not even slow down. This was not something that could be done with strong resolve and fearless courage. At the same time, one needed great endurance towards pain, and a constitution far greater than ordinary people. Why were there so many terrifyingly powerful monsters among this generation of young cultivators? The owner of this flying sword was still shaken by Li Sai's death, feeling fear for the power of these young cultivators. But Dugu Bai knew he was at the border of life and death. The Dugu Marquessate establishment had used countless methods to change his constitution when he was young, and the process had been very painful. So he was able to persist like this. However, even though he could still disregard his injuries and maintain this fleeing speed, he already sensed that his reactions had already slowed down. Especially because of the intense pain in many parts of his body, he had already become somewhat numb to some of the subtle changes in the external world, not as sharp as before. This meant that he could not avoid some fatal killing intents, especially that flying sword that had wounded him 3 times. When it appeared in the next moment, he could not avoid being hit at his vitals. I am Dugu Bai. Who dares to kill me? At this time, he, who did not have the strength to spare, could only shout. His roar, which was mixed with true essence, reverberated throughout the mountains and wilderness. Many of the pursuers, including the master of the treacherous flying sword, couldn't help but pause. The cultivators of Changling might not know the names of all the young geniuses on the ranking of talents before the Minute Mountain Sword trial started, but they all knew Dugu Bai, who came from the Dugu Marquessate establishment. In this generation of the Changling Marquessate establishment, Li Shixing seemed to be the least liked, and Dugu Bai was the most valued. The Dugu Marquessate establishment had high hopes for Dugu Bai, and many cultivation resources that they had not been willing to use had been used on him. At this time, the other was with Jing Liuli, the survivor of Minute Mountain Sword sect who had killed Li Sai, and had helped Jing Liuli escape. This was naturally a death sentence. But even if Dugu Bai was a death sentence, would the person who caused his death suffer the anger of the Dugu Marquessate establishment? Would the elders of the Dugu Marquessate establishment who loved Dugu Bai spare the person who killed Dugu Bai with their own hands? The sharp ripping sound in the air suddenly faded greatly. Even the most fatal and sinister flying sword was only following behind Dugu Bai in the vortex of sword chi. It was like a falling leaf that was constantly drifting, but it did not suddenly accelerate and give Dugu Bai a fatal blow. Mu Hongyang was still on the mountain ridge in front of Dugu Bai. Her expression in the darkness did not change at all. Dugu Bai's shout, to her, was to learn the true identity of this youth who was protecting Jing Liuli and fleeing, and to give her a chance to kill Jing Liuli with her own hands. A gust of wind blew over. Mu Hongyan's body started to sway in an unusually soft position. This was a technique that only the most powerful assassins cultivated by the old nobles and clans could use. The more dangerous a cultivator was, the more extraordinary their perception would be. But for an injured cultivator, this kind of perception would often be able to accurately capture the abnormalities in the surroundings, and would overlook some things that were too ordinary. Mu Hongyan's body, in Dugu Bai's perception, was like a small sapling swaying in the wind. The more ferocious the wind blew, the more her body swayed. It even gave people the feeling that she was about to be blown away from the mountain ridge by the wind. Yet when the sword light wrapped around Dugu Bai reached in front of her, her posture as she reached out with her sword was extremely stable. The rouge-red sword light jumped in the darkness and then disappeared. When it appeared again, it had already broken through the sword energy around Dugu Bai and pointed at Dugu Bai's throat. This sword was more terrifying than the sinister flying sword from before. Dugu Bai could not react in time. Red had just appeared in his eyes when his heart violently contracted. A wave of coldness surged from the depths of his body. He could not deal with such a sword. The person who used this sword was not just a grandmaster, but a grandmaster who used killing methods to the extreme. In his mind, he was already imagining his own ending. In the next moment, his throat would be pierced by this sword, and a drop of fresh blood would seep out from his throat like a peach blossom. Chapter 8:11. A true assassin's mind would not waver when the tip of the sword pierced the other's flesh, the blade rubbed against the other's flesh and bones, and caused fresh blood to spray into the air. This kind of extreme calmness could harvest lives more efficiently. At the same time, the assassin could sense any changes in the world around them, even on the battlefield where thousands of soldiers were fighting. At this time, even Dugu Bai thought that he would die immediately, and nothing would happen. But Mu Hongyang, whose mind was as cold as ice, sensed the arrival of danger. Her body twisted in the air at an inconceivable angle, and many of the muscles on her body twisted like two vines. The tip of her sword slid through the night as she twisted her body. With a clang, it struck a sword energy that was already about to strike. This sword energy was completely transparent. When it was shattered by her sword tip, it exploded into primal energies of the universe that sprayed outwards. Dugu Bai still felt true coldness in his throat. At this moment, he, who had escaped from the brink of death, stimulated the valiance in his body. A howl like that of a wounded beast burst out from his throat, and his body once again erupted with an even stronger strength. With a boom, like an enormous rock thrown by a seal weapon, he almost brushed past Mu Hongyan's sword and smashed into the air ahead. A sword light flashed in Mu Hongyan's still calm perception. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She flicked the small red sword in her hand again and easily cut down this sword light. This sword light, which was still completely transparent, was not strong compared to her. It was only a threat because it was fast. It formed around her and sped up in an instant. There was only one cultivation place in Changling that had such a sword move. But this person's vital energy was not Realm 7, and was not a grandmaster of that cultivation place. Mind Realm Sect Changing Mind. A secret attendant like her who often followed Li Sai naturally knew every cultivator in Changling who could pose a threat. So when the second sword light appeared, she judged the other's identity. Too weak. Then she shook her head. The moment she shook her head, her body instantly disappeared. Dressed in black robes, Yi Xin's appearance and figure had not changed much from the Minute Mountain sword trials. But the curve at the corner of his mouth was slightly different, and he had the steadiness he did not have at the Minute Mountain sword trials. At this moment, he was under a pine tree to the left of Dugu Bai. His body was covered with pine needles that had been shattered by Yuan Qi. To be able to come here without attracting the attention of such a grandmaster, and even force the other to withdraw his killing blow, with his Realm 6 cultivation, was enough to be proud. But in the past year, this young cultivator who had suffered many hardships like Xia Wan knew that pride was useless. The most realistic thing was to live on and obtain stronger cultivation. When he sensed that Mu Hongyang had disappeared, he made an abnormally direct action that didn't have the demeanor of a cultivator. He fell straight to the ground. It wasn't just an ordinary fall to the ground. Instead, it was a body full of quintessential essence, using the fastest speed possible to smash his back into the ground. Facing an opponent of Mu Hongyan's level, the surroundings of the body were all weak points. They were places the opponent could attack, and would be killed instantly. Smashing into the ground like this, he could at least turn his back into a solid mountain. Looking up at the sky, he only had to face attacks from above. At least, he had the ability to block a blow. Even Mu Hongyang hadn't expected such a battle strategy. Facing an opponent who had smashed himself into the ground, she still had many ways to quickly kill the other. But at least, it was not any of the methods she had just now imagined. In this moment, she was slightly slower. But she was still fast enough. Yi Xin's actions made her understand that as long as Yi Xin did not die, he would continue to entangle her and give Dugu Bai time to escape. She was fast enough that she had the confidence to catch up to Dugu Bai after killing Yi Xin. There was a loud explosion. This silent and powerful assassin showed her violent side in this moment. Her figure appeared right above Yi Xin. The violent air exploded outwards. Dozens of after-images were still moving along with the distorted light. She had already curled up like a leopard cat and slammed into Yi Xin's chest. The small sword in her hand pierced through Yi Xin's lungs and stabbed into the ground that had been pressed tightly under him. The natural vibrations and blooming of the sword energy would end this young cultivator's life. Then she would use the recoil from this collision to spring up and attack again to chase after Dugu Bai. But she encountered another accident. The pine tree beside her actually exploded the moment her sword pierced through Yi Xin's body. A young cultivator she didn't notice appeared right at the center of this pine tree that exploded. A powerful and domineering sword radiance pulled out several dozen streaks of lightning radiance, smashing towards her like a giant pillar. These dozens of bolts of lightning were an eerie green. Dozens of sharp cracking sounds could be heard. The sword energy bloomed in the after-images that had not dissipated when she smashed down. The small sword in her hand left Yi Xin's body without any reluctance. She bounced up and avoided this sneak attack. Yi Xin, the person who ambushed her, screamed. She gripped her sword with both hands and sent out hundreds of sword lights that exploded in her direction. Someone from the Shu Marquesate establishment. Mu Hongyang knew the other's identity when the inverted heaven-lifting sword form appeared. This was Shu Lianhua, another good friend of Dugu Bai. She was also shocked that this young cultivator had such moves. But the other's fierce and violent attack was just to prevent her from getting close to Yi Xin again. This kind of sword move would have no follow-up power and would be full of openings. So when she attacked with her next attack, this Shu Lianhua would die. Stop. However, at this moment, a weak but irresistible female voice rang out. You attacked with hatred and didn't want to leave anyone alive. You should be one of Li Sai's people. Don't you want to know what Li Sai said to me before he was killed by me? Mu Hongyang dodged Shu Lianhua's attack. However, her figure suddenly stopped, standing in the middle of a patch of grass. The person who spoke was Jing Liuli. She had been unconscious on Dugu Bai's back before, but now she was awake. Dugu Bai clearly listened to her and stopped. Mu Hongyang originally wanted to kill Jing Liuli, so she did not attack Shu Lianhua and Yi Xin. What did he say to you? She gripped the small sword that was still dripping with warm blood and replied coldly. Chapter 8:12. At this time, Dugu Bai had been struck in many places. Even though he had avoided fatal injuries, blood still flowed from several places on his body. One of Yi Xin's lungs had been pierced out. The sword energy had almost exploded in his body. Even though he had not died, he could not breathe and was in great pain. Shu Lianhua had used too much strength. The skin on her arms had exploded, her flesh a mess. As for Jing Liuli, she had just woken up from her heavy injuries. These people were all in extremely wretched states. But when faced with Mu Hongyang's question, Jing Liuli did not directly answer and instead asked, "Do you want to know Li Sai's story?" Mu Hongyang frowned. Li Sai was already dead. For her, her life's mission was already over. Originally, in her view, no matter what Jing Liuli said, she would not be able to change her decision. She stopped because other than herself, there were still pursuers. The more the other stopped, the less likely it was for them to escape. However, the other party's words caused her state of mind to fluctuate slightly. People who are too conceited normally are not willing to let others comment on their merits. Jing Liuli's cheeks were strangely red. She looked into the female assassin's eyes as if she could see into the depths of the other's heart. At the same time, she knew that only by changing this female assassin's mind could she and her companions survive. So Li Sai definitely would not tell you about his past. She took deep breaths to keep herself awake and continued, so even if you follow him and feel that he isn't the kind of person the outside world says he is, it's impossible for you to know what really happened to him and his story. You know? Mu Hongyang relaxed her brows and recovered her cold and emotionless expression. She said simply, "Speak. You first have to guarantee that we can survive." Jing Liuli looked behind her and said, "Otherwise, no one in this world will know his story. Compared to killing you to get revenge for him, do you think I would care?" Mu Hongyang looked into her eyes and asked, "Of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told me so much." Jing Liuli looked into her eyes without fear and said, "I care about it too, so I asked him twice. The most important thing is that he thinks I'm his confidant, and in a sense, from today onwards, I'm helping him do what he wants to do." Mu Hongyan's expression didn't change at all, but she just held her sword in silence. "Tonight, you only saw me kill him, but you don't know that if it wasn't for his arrangement, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill him, and I wouldn't have been able to successfully escape from the palace. Before I killed him, I thought he would definitely subdue me and make me his follower. But in the end, I realized that he had always been giving me the chance to kill him. To him, perhaps he was also hoping that I could kill him so that he could complete what he wanted to do." In the end, Jing Liuli said, "Even though he's dead, from tonight onwards, I feel like I've become him." Mu Hongyang quietly listened to Jing Liuli's words. The night behind her was very quiet. This came from the killing intent she had in the future. She seemed to be telling the cultivators approaching in the darkness that this was her territory and prey. She understood some of Jing Liuli's words, but not others. Because before this, her life had been extremely simple. She would not think of anything related to politics, and only cared about Li Sai's life and death. "What does he want to do?" She looked at Jing Liuli and asked. Jing Liuli spoke for a long time, and his breathing was unstable. But he still managed to persist. "Qin, destroy Chu, Yang, Qi. Unify the world." The words were simple, and there was no explanation. However, Mu Hongyang understood. She thought of the many years she had spent with Li Sai. She thought of how he was different from the other Changling nobles. A voice sounded in her mind. "So this is what official wants to do. Regardless of whether the Basin Kendo ground is king, or Yuanwu is emperor, this is unrelated. You can do it." The moment this voice sounded in her mind, she looked up slightly in disbelief at Jing Liuli. "This is the first step." Jing Liuli sneered. "But I do not have the time or strength to explain." "You will," Mu Hongyang answered. "You have to have them leave together." Jing Liuli's gaze landed on Yi Xin, who was struggling to breathe on the ground. "You should know that they will be very strong in the future." Mu Hongyang did not say anything else. Her hand moved, and a few strands of black silk shot out from her hand, landing on Yi Xin and then on Du Gubai. This time, she was not killing, but saving. The black threads were guided by her physical energy and quickly sewed up the bleeding areas on Yi Xin and Du Gubai's bodies. At the same time, the medicinal power on the black threads injected new vitality into their bodies. Assassins would often be seriously wounded, and they needed faster methods to heal themselves. This was because an assassin who acted alone would not be like a grandmaster in the army, who would not have a doctor and colleagues waiting for them. She did not make a sound. In the next moment, she moved. Violent cries and shouts rang out in the silent night. The voice came from the darkness behind her. Many of the cultivators closest to her, including the master of the sinister flying sword, were killed instantly when they could not break free of the small red sword. When her figure appeared next to Yi Xin again, her abdomen close to her energy sea had been penetrated by a sword. Yet she expressionlessly used the black threads to sew it up. "Go." She lifted Yi Xin with one hand, and her figure moved again, beginning to flee. Almost all of the cultivators in pursuit stopped at this moment. A small portion of these cultivators did not know her identity at all. They were only shocked by her combat prowess. Meanwhile, most of the cultivators who caught up were Li Sai's subordinates to begin with. Some of the most powerful cultivators among them also knew of her existence, but what she was doing right now was completely incomprehensible. They did not doubt the loyalty of this female assassin who had served Li Sai for many years. Such a sudden change, and Li Sai's previous orders, meant that they could not stop her and Jing Liuli from escaping. Some of them, after some slight hesitation, silently hid in the darkness. Do not chase anymore. Someone in the darkness used vital energy to make a murderous voice that spread far away. The voice sounded like a well-intentioned warning, but it also sounded like a threat with hidden killing intent. It was impossible to tell. Chapter 8:13. Before the dawn, it was darkness. All of Changling started to wake up. The news of Li Sai's death swept through Changling like a gust of wind. This should have been a person people despised and hated. But because his status was so high, most people in Changling felt fear when they thought of his name, and did not dare to express any disdain towards him. Yet when he truly died, many people, after great shock, unconsciously thought that in these years, other than his own strength, Li Sai did not seem to be a threat to any of the powerful in Changling. Everyone knew that he had obtained power by selling out the entire Li family. But after he obtained power, he did not seem to have done anything. Then what did he do? Some people started to realize that he seemed to be doing things for the entire Qin dynasty. A black-robed old man sat in a black palace deep in the imperial palace. This old man was Prime Minister Yang. A piece of plain linen was wrapped around his right arm and his black robe. In Changling, this was to commemorate someone who had died. When he heard the news of Li Sai's death, he had wrapped this linen cloth around his arm to commemorate Li Sai. This was not a pretense. He was alone in this hall where he usually dealt with political affairs. No one else was present. Other than Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu, he and Li Sai had been the two people who stood at the highest point in Changling in these years. In the past, in Mo Shouqing's eyes, these two prime ministers of the Qin dynasty were the wisest and farthest people in Changling. From the outside, the two of them represented Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu, and were in clear opposition. Yet the two of them were people who truly understood balance. In these years, Zheng Xiu and the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty had been planning wars the most. Yi Xileng and Chief Inspector Chen were in charge of guarding and fighting in the cultivation world. The two of them dealt more with the miscellaneous affairs of the Qin dynasty, and the balance between the powerful. The more they opposed each other, the more familiar they were with their opponents, the more they understood each other. In Prime Minister Yang's view, at his and Mo Shouqing's age, it was normal to be able to give up some of their own interests and consider the future of the entire dynasty. Because he was too old, he did not have much time to live, and did not have much of a future to speak of. But he was like this at Li Sai's age. This was extraordinary. Therefore, contrary to what the outside world thought, he actually respected Li Sai a lot. In particular, the disappearance of such a person who was on par with him made him feel even more lonely and sorrowful. Even though he was quietly sitting there, looking out from the window, the entire world was still the same as before. However, he knew that the news of Li Sai's death would be like a monsoon that swept over from the northernmost extremities, completely changing the climate of most places in this world. In fact, if a person's death could shake the entire world, then even if this person died, it wouldn't be an injustice, right? But how could you die so easily? Prime Minister Yang laughed bitterly at himself. Was this the so-called fulfillment? The more shocking the news was, the faster it spread. Unlike Minister Yang, when the news of Li Sai's death reached the Chu, Yang, and Qi, most people were concerned about how Li Sai died. Soon, many people were overjoyed. Especially when they heard that Jing Liuli was not dead. If Jing Liuli did not die, it meant that the cultivators under Zheng Xiu's command would lose the support of the Starfire Sword. Make sure that Jing Liuli stays alive. Have her do some more things. In the different imperial palaces of the Yang and Qi, such decrees came out at almost the same time. Some cultivators of the Yang and Qi, and even grandmasters who used to live deep in the imperial palaces, started to step into the Qin lands. Many of them could become Jing Liuli's guards in the future. This was likely something that had never happened in the cultivation world before. When a young cultivator who was still a long time from Realm 7 was seriously injured and fleeing, he had many guards who could be described as death warriors. On the second dawn after Li Sai's death, one of the fastest cultivators in the world came to the Wei River outside Changling and met with a Changling power. This was a very secretive meeting. Huang Jinwei did not need to deliberately hide his tracks. After Yi Xileng betrayed Changling, there were very few people who could track his movements. Maybe because his personality was too humble, not many people thought of him as a threatening enemy. Huang Jinwei looked at Tantai Guanjian, who had come from afar in a hurry. His expression was still gentle, but there was a hint of deep worry. He shook his head and said, "You're 2 days late." Tantai Guanjian knew what he meant and said with a grimace, "I had not expected it to happen so quickly." "I guessed so." Even he did not expect it. Huang Jinwei took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Otherwise, he would not have invited you to meet me." Tantai Guanjian was silent. Huang Jinwei slowly said, "He wants to resolve his grievances in the world of cultivators. He knows that I may agree. The truth is so. He knows that I am Mo Shouqing's student, and my teacher does not care much about the victory or defeat of the expedition. He only cares about when this kind of conflict will end, and how many people cannot come into contact with the grievances of the highest level, but are guarding the lives of the soldiers of this empire. Before he died, he killed many people like this with his own hands. This is too cruel, so he saw my intentions. But it is too late now. This will not be a matter that can be resolved in the world of cultivators. Yang and Qi have moved." Tantai Guanjian was silent for a moment, and then repeated, "Yang and Qi have moved. I have received some military reports. There are more Yang and Qi cultivators moving than ever before." Huang Jinwei's features showed some sharpness that was not usually there. With such movements, it means that this is the beginning. So no matter what, they will feel that there is no difference between the Basin Kendo ground and the Yuanwu Emperor, only the Qin, Yang, and Qi. Originally, I could have helped him resolve his grievances in the world of cultivators. I only needed to tell him some of Yuanwu's cultivation secrets. I did not even need to interfere. I only needed to leave Changling peacefully when you returned. But now, even if I do this, you will kill Yuanwu and Zhang Xiu. Yang and Qi will destroy Qin. Then will you destroy Yang and Qi?" Huang Jinwei looked at the silent Tantai Guanjian and was silent for a moment. Then he turned to look at Changling, at the giant turrets. In his complicated eyes, Mo Shouqing seemed to be still looking at him. "For my teacher, this is too much of a cycle. Countless people will die because of this. They should not be caught up in such a cycle. I think, not just me, but Marquis Shu and the others will also have such an attitude. Li Sai and you have an unresolvable grievance. It is not wrong for you to kill him. You will naturally prepare for what will happen after his death, and not let war happen between the dynasties. But you did not expect Jing Liuli to be so fast, and did not predict her intentions. You still did not have time to prepare. You may have some agreements with the Yang and Qi in the past, and cannot immediately draw your swords against your friends from yesterday. But for us, there is only one choice. Either we destroy Yang and Qi, or Yang and Qi destroy Qin. Our present strength can only be used on this matter. If we have to choose, we can only choose Jing Liuli." Chapter 8:14. Yang Tai Guanjian did not try to persuade him. He and Huang Jinwei had the same feelings. They did not like war, and were not willing to see many unrelated people get pulled into a grudge that did not belong to them. They did not want to see the people suffer. They did not want to see people waiting at home only to hear that their family members had died on the battlefield. In this spring, no matter if it was on the Yin Mountain or the Yangshan Commandery battlefields, even if news of victory came, when Huang Jinwei walked through the streets of Changling in the night, he rarely heard joyful voices, but heart-wrenching cries that caused him to be unable to sleep. This was the general trend. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, one could not change the general trend. Li Sai died. One of the 2 ministers of the Qin dynasty was gone. Zheng Xiu's Starfire sword was defeated. The cultivators under her command could no longer receive her blessing. The Qin dynasty suddenly lost an important power, and many of her subordinates would soon be killed. Qin attacked Chu, and the army suffered great losses. The Basin Kendo ground split Jiaodong commandery. Donghu and Wuji worked together and watched from behind the Yin Mountain. The Lingshu sword gate changed, Minute Mountain sword sect left Changling, Yi Xileng fled Changling. More than half of the grandmasters of the Qin dynasty either left Changling or joined the Basin Kendo ground. This was the weakest time in the history of the Qin dynasty. Who could stop the Yang and Qi from attacking the Qin? Some people could not consider their own future, but they would consider the future of the dynasty. In a situation like this, many people would ignore their personal feelings. So now, Huang Jinwei felt that it was not very likely that the Yang and Qi would send troops, but that the Yang and Qi would definitely do so. He felt that if he was the emperor of those two countries, he would do the same. Before Mo Shouqing died, he had given this city to him. He did not have to guard this city, but the millions of Qin dynasty citizens in the city. He did not want Changling to fall into the flames of war. This was why he had come to see Yangtai Guanjian. Yet when the flames of war could not be avoided, he could only do his best to win the war and not let the flames of war burn into the city. For countless years, Changling had produced many powerful cultivators, and many of them had been leaders of their time. So Changling had always been thought of as the place where the fortunes of the world gathered. Which dynasty did not want to take Changling as their capital? Which of the generals who had fought against the Qin dynasty for many years did not want to enter Changling and wreak havoc in this city? Yangtai Guanjian left silently. He left in a hurry, because he knew that after leaving this place, there would be more things to do. Tantai Guanjian had not returned to Jiaodong commandery. On the cliff by the sea that could overlook half of Jiaodong commandery, Ding Ning received 2 letters at almost the same time. The 2 letters came from Yang and Qi respectively. The signatures on the letters were very delicate, and they looked very humble. But the seals were golden, and stamped with the imperial seal. Ding Ning opened the 2 letters that came from different countries, and were thousands of miles apart, but arrived at almost the same time. A hint of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. The contents of the letters were humble and respectful. They used a tactful tone to describe the plans of the 2 emperors to send troops, and hoped that the Basin Kendo ground would support them, and even send troops together. At the same time, the 2 emperors said that an envoy group would come soon, and deliver some gifts that they hoped the Basin Kendo ground would accept. They are both going to send troops, and hope that we can join forces with them. Consort Zhao also came to the cliff. While only she and Ding Ning were present, the discussion between her and Ding Ning represented the strategic matters of the entire world. Without needing to look at the contents of the 2 letters, just looking at Ding Ning's expression, she guessed what was written inside. She laughed scornfully. Of course they will not ask, but after forming such a reality, they ask for your support, and hope that you will not interfere. There are no surprises. Ding Ning turned the 2 letters to dust in his hand, and then flew out of the window, towards the sea in the sunlight. Small matters cannot see people's hearts, only large matters can. Consort Zhao smiled faintly. Ding Ning turned to look at her and asked, "Do you know what the final result they want to see is?" Consort Zhao seemed to have an answer, but she did not. She just looked at Ding Ning and smiled without speaking. What they want to see the most is for the Yang and Qi to work together to destroy the Qin, and then divide Qin Chu, and trap us in Jiaodong commandery. Ding Ning said, at that time, Jiaodong commandery is just a small place to the Yang and Qi. Even if they think of us as the strongest sect in the world, we will not be a threat. I do not care about what they think. Consort Zhao looked at Ding Ning and said, I only know that we are not idiots, and Yuanwu and Zheng Xiu are not as easy to deal with as they imagine. I only care about what you want to do, so in the end, since the general trend is unavoidable, the world will be unified in the end. Ding Ning looked at Consort Zhao and said, I will push for the world to be unified, but I will still use my own method. Other people did not understand these words, but Consort Zhao did. She smiled. I do not have to shoulder the lives of so many armies, so I am naturally relaxed. So I only need to treat myself as a pure cultivator. Ding Ning looked at her and nodded. He said seriously, putting aside the matter of Chu, you will become a stronger cultivator. You are very strong. I will cultivate in seclusion. Consort Zhao understood what Ding Ning was thinking, and she naturally agreed. I will go to the Yang to do some things, Ding Ning said to her in the end. Then be careful. Consort Zhao only said this. As a pure cultivator, this was something she liked to do. She also knew that Ding Ning had left Jiaodong Commandery to travel the world. At this time, no matter where he went, what he had to do would affect the future of the world. After Consort Zhao left this cliff, Ding Ning still faced the window facing the sea. A young cultivator walked into this seclusion room and appeared behind Ding Ning. You have followed me for a long time, Ding Ning said to this young person. This young cultivator was Yi Zhengnan. Ever since the Minute Mountain sword trials, he had been Ding Ning's attendant. Other than the times when Ding Ning sent him to other places, he had been by Ding Ning's side the rest of the time. From a certain point of view, he was Ding Ning's first death warrior after he returned to the world of cultivators. Yi Zhengnan did not know what Ding Ning wanted to do. So he did not respond and just stood silently. I understand that you feel you owe me a life, but you are not strong enough for me now. You are not strong enough as an attendant and death warrior, Ding Ning looked at him and said. Yi Zhengnan suddenly sensed his meaning. Great waves rose in his heart, and his hands trembled slightly. In the next moment, he bowed and said, you must know how to make me strong enough. Chapter 8:15. With your talent and present cultivation, you have no hope of quickly becoming a Realm 7 Grandmaster. Ding Ning looked at Yi Zhengnan who was bowing and said. Then he looked at Yi Zhengnan who had not been affected by his words and said, but your sword heart is strong enough to compare to the swordsman of the Jiao sword furnace. In the past decade, I have only seen one of Wang Taishu's retainers. But that person is suited to the wild and demonic sword essence, so I recommended him to learn the sword from the people of the Jiao sword furnace. Now, I hear that he has had some accomplishments by Wang Taishu's side. But you are different from him. You are more suited to the calm and cautious sword essence. Calm and unafraid of death, courageous yet capable of finesse and finesse. This is what it means to be a natural-born blade master, and your control over flying swords will be better than the average blade masters. You're already at the 5th level, not far from the 6th, and you've already made some progress with flying swords. After Yi Zhengnan learned of Ding Ning's identity, he understood that every conversation he had with Ding Ning about cultivation would benefit him greatly in his future cultivation. The light in his eyes flashed intensely. You mean to have me focus on cultivating the flying sword, and cultivate the flying sword path to the extreme? Ding Ning did not directly answer his question and said, Minute Mountain Sword Sect has many famed swords. Some swords were left behind by swordsman Qin. You have seen many of them at the Minute Mountain sword trials. They are grandmasters from the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. The Basin Kendo ground had countless famed swords in the past. Most were destroyed when the Basin Kendo ground was destroyed, or taken by Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu. But many survived, and have returned to Jiaodong Commandery. Yi Zhengnan's brow furrowed slightly. He did not understand how this was related to his cultivation, but he knew that each sentence had deep meaning. So he listened carefully without missing a word. Since ancient times, there have been cultivators who can control many flying swords, but one cannot do two things at the same time. When a cultivator's mind is on controlling one flying sword, they cannot split their attention to control another flying sword. All of those cultivators who can control multiple flying swords only have one sword fly freely according to the path of the sword. This is like grabbing a flying sword and having to let go of another flying sword. There will be a gap. Ding Ning looked at him and said in detail, but in reality, the Basin Kendo ground has a method to control more flying swords. 1,000 derivation great formation, 10,000 swords return to origin? Yi Zhengnan cried out in shock. It seems you have heard of this sword manual. Ding Ning was slightly surprised. This made it easier for him to explain. This sword manual uses external power as support. The theory is that you need to first create a formation pivot sword disc. The formation pivot sword disc is connected to all the flying swords. All the flying swords are like the chess pieces on the formation pivot keyboard, and form a great formation. When you control a swordsman to fight an enemy, as long as you use your vital energy to move the formation pivot, it will be like moving chess pieces. This sword formation will have thousands of changes, and countless flying swords will change into countless ways of attack. There are 3 limitations to cultivating this sword manual. 1 is a suitable cultivator. 2 is a large number of good swords. 3 is the thickness of the cultivator's vital energy. The power of this sword formation comes from the large number of flying swords. The flying swords with different energies will form a sword sea, and the primal energies of the universe will be diverse and vast. At the same time, the flying swords will be cunning and strange. The cultivator facing it, other than having to withstand the powerful attacks, will also have to be wary of the flying swords that suddenly appear next to them. But the flying sword art had a limited amount of vital energy that could be stored in the seal scripts of the flying sword. It relied more on the energy of the sword embryo itself. So the good swords that formed the sword formation had to be those that had accumulated a lot of energy. Even more importantly, the cultivator must have a vast amount of vital energy in their body. When controlling large numbers of flying swords, while each flying sword is controlled through the formation pivot, vital energy flows endlessly into each flying sword through the formation pivot. The consumption is astounding. The Basin Kendo ground has sword realms. This formation pivot sword disc also has its own materials. Minute Mountain Sword Sect and the Basin Kendo ground have enough famed swords to choose from. It is not a problem to form a sword formation like this. Your personality is enough for you to control a sword formation like this. Hearing this, Yi Zhengnan completely understood. He couldn't help but say softly, so you only lack a vast amount of vital energy. Normal people's meridians have their limits. If they do not cultivate multiple top methods that can work together, at my cultivation, they may not have vast amounts of vital energy that surpasses ordinary Realm 7 Grandmasters. Ding Ning looked calmly at Yi Zhengnan and said, if you are able to form a sword formation like this, you can only rely on the tribulation surpassing golden thread. Tribulation surpassing golden thread? Yi Zhengnan was puzzled. He had never heard of this name. Ding Ning said, a kind of seal weapon, made from black gold thread and carved with formations. Guided by energy, it will spread throughout the cultivator's meridians and go deep into the energy sea. It is like burying a circle of meridians in the cultivator's body. This tribulation-surpassing golden thread can draw in astounding primal energies of the universe and store them inside. In battle, they will continuously enter the pivot sword disc. Yi Zhengnan immediately understood. It is like planting another formation in the body. When the tribulation-surpassing golden thread passes through the meridians, thousands of threads penetrate the body. It is extremely painful. Few cultivators can endure it, but I feel that you can. Ding Ning looked at him and said. Yi Zhengnan bowed again. His mind did not fluctuate greatly and his tone was calm. He said, I can try. When Yi Zhengnan left, Ding Ning also walked out of the seclusion room and left the cliff. He could not solve all the problems at the level of the cultivation world. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that the number of powerful cultivators following him was not enough. Anyone who wanted to do great things with their own will would always search for friends, for people with the same ideals as them as helpers. When the number of cultivators he had was enough to face the armies of any dynasty, and easily deal with the charge of the strongest elite army of any dynasty, then the problems that troubled him could be easily solved. When he used the first Sword of the World token to announce the return of the Basin Kendo ground, his actions had started. But now, he had to do it faster and more thoroughly. His arrangements for Yi Zhengnan, Xia Wan, and the others of Changling were just a small part of it. Next, he would go to the Yang. The Yang had his senior sect brother Zhongyi of White Goat Cave. When the war between the Yang, Qi, and Qin dynasty started, or rather, when the letter was sent through the envoy, the Yang dynasty should not have allowed Zhongyi to leave. From a strategic point of view, Zhongyi was a hostage that could restrict him and the Basin Kendo ground. He would be under house arrest in the Yang dynasty. Of course, he would not let the Yang dynasty do this. Also, he would not just do this in Qin to get more cultivators with the same ideals as him to become helpers. Chapter 8:16. The Deer Mountain Conference was the great victory of the Qin, and the beginning of Yuanwu intimidating the world with his realm-8 talent. Yuanwu had attacked at Deer Mountain, and cut off the peak of the other mountain. This flat peak became the stronghold of the Qin army. It was like an enormous watchtower that looked down at the Yang, Chu, and Qi territories. This had originally been the place where the four dynasties met. The Chu dynasty, once the strongest of the Chu, Yang, and Qi, had fallen apart. Those scattered vassals had at most tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They were not a great threat to the Qin dynasty. So the Qin army on the mountain naturally focused their attention on the Yang and Qi. On this day, the Qin army stationed on the mountain was silent. On the horizon they faced, chariots, heavy cavalry, carriages, and beasts were continuously appearing. All of these meant powerful and heavy seal weapons and cultivators. At the start, these things were black dots, but as they appeared in their sight, they became a tide that spread over the entire horizon. Most importantly, the tides that spread from the Yang territory and the Qi territory were all connected. Like two torrents, they were all flowing towards the Qin territory. The last time the Yang and Qi armies met was more than 70 years ago. After 70 years, the two dynasties worked together again, and their armies were in full strength. How could people not be shocked? From noon to evening, these Qin soldiers looked silently at the armies coming from the Yang and Qi territories. They still could not see the end of the army. As the night deepened, countless torches lit up on the mountain. Some seal weapons threw their flames into the sky. Under the light of these flames, the vanguard army had reached the mountain. For the Qin dynasty, the general of the Qin army clenched the sword in his hand and let out a fierce cry. Countless shouts sounded, and were immediately drowned out by the sound of the air being torn apart. In the night, the Yang and Qi armies were still spreading like a tide. They drowned this mountain, and then Deer Mountain. Late autumn and winter in the 13th year of Yuanwu. Originally, it was not a good time for marching and fighting. However, the Yang and Qi armies each raised millions of soldiers, gathered countless cultivators, and surrounded the armies of the small countries and tribes outside the Qin. They formed the largest army in the last few decades that could only be described as colossal. They invaded from Deer Mountain and launched a fierce attack on the Qin dynasty. In less than 10 days, they had conquered the 3 Qin counties and occupied Zhongshan County, the most important county in the northwest of the Qin dynasty. Zhongshan County was originally a vassal state of the Zhao dynasty. Once Zhongshan County was lost to the Yang and Qi dynasties, it was equivalent to losing 1/3 of the Zhao land that the Qin dynasty had conquered after destroying the Zhao dynasty and falling into the hands of the Yang and Qi dynasties. Originally, there were a large number of Zhao survivors in the land of Zhao who were dissatisfied with the rule of the Qin dynasty. After the victories of the Yang and Qi armies, many clans in the land of Zhao changed sides. Before the armies of the Yang and Qi armies arrived, many counties were already burning with the flames of war and out of control. The Qin army never feared strong enemies, but facing this alliance army that could only be described as enormous, even the most fearless and experienced Qin generals did not know how to win. The Qin army could only mobilize a few 100,000 soldiers between Zhongshan County and Changling, and these Qin soldiers were not in their best condition. Although there were hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers, their opponents were more than 2 million elite soldiers of Yang and Qi. The ratio of cultivators was shockingly high. Apart from the 2 million elite soldiers of Yang and Qi, the allied forces of the other small states, tribes, clans, and nobles who were against Qin were almost as many as the Qin army could muster. The ratio between the enemy and our side had already reached a ratio of 5-1. In a battle of tens of thousands against hundreds of thousands, there was still a chance of victory. But in a battle of this scale, at least in all the history books, there had never been an example of such a weak side winning. In a palace in Guangzhou, There were several paulownia trees over 500 years old. Paulownia trees grew quickly. After decades of rapid growth, they could grow to the size of several people. But because they grew too quickly, the tree crown was too large and attracted the wind. The roots were not deep into the earth, and were destroyed by the wind. For a 500-year-old tree like this to survive, it was naturally terrifyingly large. Or rather, it was a miracle. But was there really a miracle? At this time, the Yuanwu emperor, dressed casually in a coarse robe, stood under the tree. He knew that this so-called miracle came from a certain emperor who had planted this tree 500 years ago. When this tree had just grown to the size of 2 people, those flattering officials had done all they could to lead the roots of this tree deeper into the ground. Even now, there were dozens of metal chains and heavy stone formations tied to the roots of these trees. There were also some medicinal soil that could keep insects away from the trees working. In the view of many people in the world, if the Qin wanted to stop the Yang and Qi army from entering Guangzhou, they could only wait for a miracle to happen. But for him, there were no miracles, only human affairs. A luxurious carriage arrived in front of the palace. The mistress of Changling walked into the palace alone. She stepped on the stone path covered in giant dead leaves and entered his sight. The remaining yellow leaves on the branches of these enormous paulownia trees started to tremble, and gave off an inexplicable silver flame. You still came in the end. Yuanwu looked at this cold and perfect woman, and smiled gently and emotionally. Zheng Xiu looked at this emperor who pretended not to see her white hair under the grand crown. She responded coldly, just because of the situation, it does not mean that I do not dislike you. Yuanwu did not care, and continued to smile. But we are truly working together. Since that great change in Changling, you and I have not truly worked together. I need all of your nether floats. Zheng Xiu did not reflect on the emotion in his voice, and said coldly and directly. 2 immortal lotus seeds. Yuanwu put away his smile, looked at her and said, not just me, but Shufu as well. Zheng Xiu nodded. I will deal with the Yang army. Yuanwu saw that she did not object, and immediately showed some joy. Then I will deal with the Qi. Zheng Xiu did not speak more. She turned and walked out of the palace. Yuanwu looked silently at her back and said, why not stay here? Zheng Xiu did not respond. She pretended not to hear. If a person did not choose to submit or be a subordinate from the start, then they would never have such a posture again. She would not change the path she had chosen. This way, even if she lost everything in the end, she would not lose one thing. That was her pride. In the chilling darkness, her carriage did not return to Changling, but to the numerous workshops in Guangzhou. She had built several large and secretive workshops during this period of time. Chapter 8:17. In the darkness, countless eyes stared at her carriage like wild wolves. Even though many of the Guangzhou families, led by the Xie family, had taken precautions before her, the accumulation of these great wealth over countless years still caused great losses to their seemingly unbreakable foundations. As she moved through Guangzhou, she naturally suffered the hatred of countless people. Especially after the news of Li Sai's death spread, and the world learned that Jing Liuli had defeated her Starfire sword, some people's thoughts of killing her became even more uncontrollable. If not for the fact that the people of Guangzhou were born and raised in the Qin, that Guangzhou was the origin of the Qin, that the Yang and Qi armies had invaded the Qin, that she had the unfathomable great swordsman of the Basin Kendo ground, Yi Xinhe, by her side. If not for so many IFS, many of the Guangzhou families would not be able to resist trying to kill her. Other than this, the Guangzhou families were even more curious about her secret workshops that she had built without hesitation to offend all of Guangzhou. No one knew what was in her enormous workshops. Other than the fact that she had very few craftsmen and the defenses were so tight that outsiders could not get close, the most important reason was that the materials that were transported into these secret workshops were all from her confidants. Also, these workshops had never sent anything out. At this time, when she came from Changling to Guangzhou, met with Yuanwu, and then came here, the Guangzhou families looked at her carriage with hostility in the darkness. They hoped that her workshops hid great power that could change the fate of the Qin dynasty. No matter how strong Yi Xinhe was, she was just a hidden cultivator, and could not have strategic power. In the eyes of the Guanzhong families and most of the nobility of the Qin dynasty, only those who had great power, and controlled much of the power of the Qin dynasty, and countless powerful retainers that outsiders could not imagine had the effect of stabilizing the situation. For example, even though Li Sai had died at the hands of Jing Liuli, his followers had still managed to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat previously. They had been unknown to the public, but on that night, they had displayed astonishing combat prowess. Right now, for the Qin dynasty, Prime Minister Yang, who was in charge of the situation in Changling, was one of those people. Other than Yuan Wu and Zhang Xiu, there seemed to be only one old person who had such abilities and use. This was none other than Xu Fu, who was in charge of the Qin dynasty's armored nether float fleet. These Guanzhong families knew that after failing to stop Bailey Sushua upstream of the Chu capital, this old man was recovering on Qiu Xia Mountain not far from where the Yuanwu emperor was. However, since the Guanzhong aristocratic families had the ability to know the whereabouts of this old man, the enemies of the Qin dynasty would naturally know as well. While many eyes were watching Zheng Xiu's carriage enter those secret workshops, many cultivators who came from far away also already arrived on Autumn Sunset Mountain. Some of these cultivators came from the Yang territory, some from the Qi territory, some from the Chu territory, and the Han and Zhao territories. There were very young youths among them, and old people so old they could not even straighten their backs. Long before the Yang and Qi emperors had written a letter to the first sword of the world in the Basin Kendo ground of Jiaodong Commandery, these people had left, so they were able to gather here at this time. They had come from all over the world, and their movements were extremely secretive. Before arriving on this mountain, even their footsteps were extremely light. However, on this mountain, their footsteps and breathing sounded heavier than usual. This was not because of exhaustion, but because they knew their mission. They knew that today's matter would leave behind a heavy mark in the history books, and could completely determine the result of this battle. There was a sword school on Autumn Sunset Mountain. This had once been the famous Liuanian sword school in the history of the Qin dynasty. But this sword school had been abandoned many years ago. The main cultivators inside had been executed after the Great Change before Yuanwu's ascension. So while this courtyard still took up a large area, and there was a spirit vein that would occasionally give off some spirit energy, it appeared slightly dilapidated. For these cultivators who had come from all over the world, what they were certain of was that this place did not have any powerful protective formations or restrictions that could kill grandmasters, and could not hold large numbers of troops. Almost 100 figures came up the mountain from all sides. In the end, they passed through the forest and silently surrounded this dilapidated sword school. Among these cultivators, the youngest group came from the Yang. Their cultivation was not as good as the other cultivators, but they all carried a double-headed dragon bow on their backs. In the world of cultivators, this had a special name, Shocking Skybreak. This kind of seal weapon only came from the Chu. Only the artificers of the former Chu palace knew how to make weapons. Even when the Chu dynasty was at its peak, only 1,000 imperial guards were equipped with seal weapons that could summon the lightning of the world, and were as powerful as Realm 6 cultivators. This meant that many people in the Chu realm had many thoughts. At least, some people hoped that the Yang and Qi could destroy the Qin. 7 grandmasters appeared at the gates of this sword school. The 7 grandmasters were of different sizes, but they were all wearing the same style of robes. Even the sword intent on their bodies was almost the same. In the world, only the Yang Absolute Star Palace had 7 sect brothers who cultivated the same sword manual, and all of them reached Realm 7 and became grandmasters. These 7 grandmasters of the Yang Absolute Star Palace had strange personalities, and never left the mountain. But everyone knew that these 7 grandmasters were in seclusion because they had worked together to cultivate a sword formation. A sect with 7 grandmasters was terrifying enough, and a sword formation formed by 7 grandmasters was much stronger than a single person. It was not just the addition of numbers. Other than them, the other cultivators who had come from afar would not be weaker than those young cultivators who relied on seal weapons. Then, with these people coming together, how could Xu Fu, who had not recovered from his wounds, survive the night? Some seal papers flew into the air. These yellow seal papers flew into the air like carrier pigeons, and then silently disappeared. They left behind many glowing marks in the air that gradually connected. These talisman papers joined together to form a majestic talisman intent that sealed off the mountain. Even though the following battle would be shocking, at least they could win enough time. When these seal papers flew into the air, the youngest cultivators attacked. The vital energy in their bodies, young and full of vitality, excitedly flooded into the seal weapons they took off from their backs and gripped tightly with both hands. Golden lightning shot out from the dragon's head, forming a bowstring. In the next moment, countless bolts of golden lightning were summoned from the sky, turning into real lightning arrows that fell towards this ruined sword school. Chapter 8:18. The younger they were, the more hot-blooded they were, the more devout they were, and the easier it was for them to give up their lives for their ideals. These young cultivators only wanted to throw their hot blood here. As long as they could succeed, they only wanted to act once, and did not think about how they would leave. When they poured all of the vital energy in their bodies into the powerful practitioner weapon in their hands without reservation, the practitioner weapon gave them the most powerful feedback. The golden lightning that was summoned from the void was very powerful. In particular, it was filled with an aura of determination to die without hesitation. This presence caused many of the grandmasters behind these young cultivators to feel emotional. They were moved by the simplicity and hot-bloodedness of these young people, and the power they could form. In their view, if Shu Fu did not have special arrangements, if he did not have powerful grandmasters around him, when this round of lightning fell, Shu Fu, the invisible giant of the Qin dynasty, should have died. The lightning lit up the entire dilapidated sword school, and even caused every withered blade of grass on the eaves to be seen. Some insects burrowed out of the eaves and grass, and furiously fled outwards. But how could they keep up with the speed of the lightning? At this time, a sword light came out of the tiles under the eaves. The eaves cracked. The tiles shattered, and flew upwards in slow motion. The flying insects were burned into clouds of green smoke by the falling lightning. Compared to the lightning that covered the sky and covered the earth, this sword light was very light, like a wisp of morning light. The power of this sword, in the eyes of any cultivator outside, including the young cultivators who used these seal weapons, was not especially strong. At least, it was not Realm 7. At most, it was similar to the power of the falling lightning, and it did not have an indomitable presence. No matter how one looked at it, this sword light was like a symbolic resistance, a cry before death. However, what these cultivators didn't expect was that even more eaves and roof tiles cracked. One after another, the sword light flew up along with the flying debris. These sword lights appeared very soft, and each one seemed weak. But when these sword lights appeared together, and the sword essences connected together, everyone's expression changed. The perception of cultivators allowed them to quickly judge the precise number. There were a total of 300 such sword lights. In one of the halls of the Sword Academy, there were actually 300 sword masters silently gathered. The sword intent of these 300 swordsmen formed a sword formation. It was a sword formation that was hard to imagine whether it was the number of sword masters or its power. In the clear and stable sword light, the cutting of the sword chi even brought out a sense of holiness, with holy light spilling out from within. None of the lightning that fell from the sky could penetrate the sword formation. The powerful and violent lightning was cut apart inch by inch, minced into pieces, and turned into golden whirlwinds that blew outwards. These golden whirlwinds collided with the talisman formation that covered this mountain, and it even caused the talisman intents of those experts in the Tao of talismans to shake. However, they were utterly unable to pose any threat to the sword formation that minced them into pieces. The 7 grandmasters of the Starless Palace guarding the main gate of the rundown Sword Academy were shocked to the extreme. With 7 loud muffled sounds, the mountain path in front of them was completely shattered, and huge cracks extended into the mountain. The 7 of them began to glow, as if they had turned into 7 dazzling stars. Their life-bond sword lights gave off blinding light. Gathering together, they turned into a curtain of light that pressed towards the hall that had formed the sword formation. The hall was immediately destroyed. Bricks flew and were cut to dust by the sword energy. The sword formation that was as clear as the morning light could not withstand this power. All the cultivators saw that there were 300 white-robed youths in the sword lights, or more strictly, 300 boys. The faces of these 300 boys were so young that it made everyone hold their breaths. They found it hard to believe. In their impression, boys of this age should have just come into contact with cultivation. Perhaps it would be a few years before they began to enter various cultivation places to learn. Yet these 300 boys were extremely experienced in their swordsmanship and sword formation. This sword formation felt like it had been practiced for many years. Under the pressure of the sword formation of the 7 Grandmasters of the Starless Palace, the sword formation formed by the 300 boys only struggled to operate, and did not immediately collapse. Everyone had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Dozens of shouts sounded at the same time, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, and the roar of vast amounts of primal energies of the universe moving through the air. Almost all the invading cultivators acted. All kinds of vast power formed a terrifying tide, spectacular and beautiful, but also filled with a destructive presence. At the same time, a string of dense sounds of swords being drawn sounded. Many shabby halls and courtyards were crushed by the sword lights coming from inside. The pupils of all the invading cultivators contracted violently. Girls in yellow dresses flew out of these halls and courtyards with an inexplicable sense of joy and lightness. Every girl in a yellow dress wielded a golden sword light. However, this sword light was not light and agile. Instead, it was pure and violent. There were also 300 of these girls. Their violent sword lights spread out like golden chrysanthemums that covered the mountains and plains, forming a sword formation that made one's heart tremble. The most important thing was that when their sword formation was formed, the two sword formations merged together perfectly. 600 sword lights perfectly combined to form an even larger sword formation. Countless waves of power intersected and collided in the air. The starlight of the 7 Grandmasters of Star End Palace in front of the collapsed mountain path dimmed first. Then their faces also dimmed. Cracks started to appear on their bodies, penetrating into their bodies. They were as deep as the cracks in the mountain. The first group of young cultivators fell to the ground. None of the invading cultivators believed that such a thing would happen. The sword formation formed by the 600 sword lights gradually drowned out the power they had activated and swept towards them. "This is a trap!" Someone screamed and retreated in a panic. But was this just a trap for the situation in front of them? The 7 Grandmasters of Star End Palace who had already started to retreat were filled with bitterness and helplessness. Looking at the two sword formations, they began to understand why the Basin Kendo ground had such an attitude. But just like when they had come here, when the two emperors of Yang and Qi had led their armies here, they had not thought about the possibility of failure. In the next moment, their bodies completely split apart. The arrow-like sword lights howled as they charged through where their bodies had split apart and swept outwards. Chapter 8:19. These cultivators who came from all over the world were certain that there were no elite troops or large numbers of cultivators from the Qin dynasty around the mountain. Yet no one had expected such a terrifying sword formation to exist in this dilapidated sword school. No cultivation place in Changling had such an enormous sword formation, and no cultivation place could allow so many boys and girls to release such power at such an age. Everyone knew that in these years, other than cultivating in seclusion to reach Realm 8, Yuan Wu had focused his attention and power overseas. Changling and Guanzhong were under Zheng Xiu's care, just like Jiaodong Commandery. Yet no one knew that other than the astounding Nether Float Fleet, he had nurtured such a power overseas. A young grandmaster from the Yang dynasty was penetrated by at least a dozen sword lights and fell heavily to the ground. He had just had a breakthrough. He had wanted to use this battle to gain military merit and have a great future. But now, he was about to die, so both his body and mind were in great pain. He heard more people fall, and people flee. It was only a dozen breaths of time, but it felt as long as several years had passed. The blood flowing out of his body soaked him, and he felt like he was floating on his own blood. Then he heard footsteps, and saw a pair of shoes walking to his side. His gaze followed the shoes, and he saw the figure of an old man. Looking at the old man's features, he knew this old man was their target tonight, Shu Fu they wanted to kill. Why are there so many sword boys? While he knew the other would not answer, he could not help but use his last power to shout in the great pain he was in. The Qin dynasty has 3 dynasties, and not just Changling with good fortune. These Changling are full of geniuses. Do the other large territories not have talented disciples? However, many of them were selected and sent overseas not long after they were born. Shu Fu stopped walking and calmly answered the question of this young Yang dynasty cultivator. His emotions were complicated. Not because he sympathized with the cultivators who had died tonight, but because he was certain that after tonight, the world would change. What Li Sai and the others had been anticipating would happen. But no matter if it was Li Sai or Mo Shouqing, his former colleagues were no longer present. Why didn't you take them to intercept Bailey Sushue? The Grandmaster of the Yang dynasty paused for a moment before asking again. When a person is confident in doing something and thinks that one sword is enough, he will not pack more swords. If you were in my position, you would do the same. Shu Fu calmly replied, moreover, there are some things that are not prepared to be seen by others in the first place. Only when they are forced to appear can they be exchanged for the most desired result. Land of the 3 dynasties. Land of the 3 dynasties, the young Grandmaster of the Yang dynasty cried out in the end. His eyes were filled with tears of blood. His cries before his death were mostly for the Yang dynasty. He thought about the fate of the great Yang dynasty. The talisman in tent shrouding this mountain had already begun to dissipate, so one could see the terrifying primordial qi in the distance and the dazzling sword light in the dark night. The sword light almost covered the entire peak of the mountain, creating a magnificent scene. But to Yuan Wu, who was watching from afar, this meant the curtain call of many people. There was a palace attendant kneeling in front of him. The palace attendant was holding a jade tray. There were 2 lotus seeds like white jade on the jade tray. These were the spirit lotus seeds he had wanted to get from Zheng Xiu after the Deer Mountain Conference. This was likely the strongest healing item in the world. However, when these 2 things that could be described as a dream were actually placed in front of him, he did not immediately take them in his hands. He was the emperor with the most ambition and desire in the world, but most of the time, he was able to control his desires. A person like this was not human and was exceptionally terrifying. Cultivators, grandmasters, what is the difference between them and ordinary people? Looking at the sword light on the mountain, and sensing the deaths of many people, Yuan Wu said softly to himself with slight disdain. Just like how he had just broken through to Realm 8 before the Deer Mountain Conference, tonight's assassination against Shu Fu was just the right time for him. The spirit lotus seeds were in front of him. It was time for these 300 boys to use the Yang rebuke sword formation. The Yang and Qi were going all out. It was time for Zheng Xiu to use her trump card. All of this was just the right time. He slowly reached out, and the glowing and holy light on his fingers lit up the 2 lotus seeds. Then he picked up a lotus seed, and slowly put it into his mouth, chewing like he was eating candy when he was a child. Summon Huang Jinwei for this lonely one. Then he gave the order. Huang Jinwei controlled the city guards, and was the most important force guarding Changling. Yet at this time of battle, he was going to summon Huang Jinwei here. Darkness shrouded the earth, shrouding the boundless Yang and Qi camps. No one knew of the change that had occurred in Guanzhong. Therefore, these 2 armies were enveloped in a joyful mood of continuous victories. In the center of the Qi dynasty camp, there was a tent area that was clearly not normal. This was where the imperial family and some of the most important advisors were. In the deepest corner of this camp area, there was a tent with a pointed roof that gave off a presence that swallowed the darkness in the darkness. There were countless black and deep red energy flows that moved around the tent. Lightning surged into the sky from the tip of the tent, and strange starlight fell down like lightning towards the tip of the tent. Many cultivators of the Qi dynasty were gathered in this tent. There were far more than the Qi dynasty cultivators who had attacked Shu Fu, and the proportion of high-level cultivators was astounding. This kind of war affected almost all the sects of the Qi dynasty. This concerned the future of the dynasty and the lives of countless people. Even the most noble sects could not stay out of this. So the cultivators gathered in this tent represented almost all the sects of the Qi dynasty, all the sects that cultivated yin and ghost methods. Just like how an army needed a strong commander to prevent different opinions from leading to different actions. These sects that usually did not follow the army, and many cultivators that did not belong to any army, needed someone who could make the decision. Such a person was like the leader of the entire Qi cultivation world. He had to have the ability to convince most of the cultivators of the sects. In the past, Yang Ying of the Thousand Tombs Mountain had such authority in the cultivation world of the Qi dynasty. But after Yang Ying died, who would sit in this position? Especially after a war like this started, this position was not an empty title, but a real power that could decide the fate of many sects and cultivators. Chapter 820. For the new Emperor of Qi, it would be best if the person who could sit in such a position was an academician of the imperial family. However, the reality was not as they had hoped. In terms of the distribution of the cultivators on the battlefield, more cultivators agreed with the opinion of a young grandmaster, and not an old academician of the imperial family. This kind of subtle approval meant that it was a matter of course. This young grandmaster was Qi Yi, Qi Siren's junior sect brother. In the previous battle between the Qi and Yang armies, this grandmaster had received the most military service. Also, because of his guidance to some cultivators, he had received the support and respect of these cultivators. So if nothing unexpected happened, this young grandmaster who had not been famous before the battle would become the person with absolute power in dispatching most sects. But was this really so? Only the few people around an inconspicuous tent at the edge of the military camp knew that Qi Yi was just a puppet of a certain person. He was just a death warrior following a certain person. A black oil lamp flickered with bright light. The firelight illuminated two youthful faces. One of them was the newly ascended Emperor of Qi, and the other was Su Qin. The Emperor of Qi's expression was gentle, but his eyebrows were slightly raised, showing faint displeasure. He examined Su Qin and asked, "Since you have already let me know your true identity, why do you feel that I will agree to sit in such a position?" "Because I have the ability." Su Qin said calmly, "I can have Qi Siren kill me, pass on all his cultivation experiences to me, and make me his direct disciple. I can also turn an unknown grandmaster of a small sect into a leader that most people believe in. I can continue to pass on some of Qi Siren's cultivation experiences and methods to these cultivators so that they will all benefit. Even more importantly, I have many opportunities to kill you because only I found that you, who everyone thought did not lead the army, were actually in this military camp." The Emperor of Qi smiled. His smile was still gentle, but his eyes were sharp. "But you are from the Qin. You know my circumstances." Su Qin said coolly, "When I left Changling, I only thought I was a cultivator. I never felt I was from the Qin, Chu, or Qi. If you're only loyal to yourself, how can I be at ease? There's no such thing as absolute reassurance. It's only a matter of time. There are no eternal friends, only friends of a certain stage." Su Qin said with slight mockery, "I will help you obtain victory in this war, and at the same time, I will obtain what I need in the world of cultivators. This is very fair. Besides, I'm just a shadow. Everyone will think that the new Yang Ying, the new Qi Siren, is the Qi Yi in the tent right now." Emperor Qi retracted his smile and shook his head. "I don't have to cooperate with you to win this war. I don't like people who steal things that belong to me to negotiate with me. You must have a collaborator like me." Su Qin did not disguise his cold smile. "You will quickly realize that Zheng Xiu and Yuan Wu are not as easy to deal with as you and the Yang imagine. Even after winning this war, you must face the Basin Kendo ground. At that time, they will become your enemies. You must have people who can match them in the world of cultivators. I am such a person." Su Qin put away his cold smile and said expressionlessly, "I will be stronger than Qi Siren, and all the other grandmasters of the Qi dynasty. If you want sincerity, regardless of what you think now, I will first go to Changling to kill Prime Minister Yang. Su Qin's last words caused the Emperor of Qi's mind to tremble. At this time, Su Qin looked at him and asked, even if everything goes as you think, and the Qin is destroyed, and you and the Yang destroy the Basin Kendo ground in the end, then you will divide the world with the Yang. The Emperor of Qi frowned deeply. People's thoughts will change with the times. You do not have to answer me now. Su Qin bowed to him and then stood to leave. He walked out of the tent. Sensing the murderous intents behind him, a disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The Emperor of Qi could not be at ease with him. But at least, before he went to Changling and killed Prime Minister Yang, the Emperor of Qi would not destroy the power he had built up in the cultivation world of the Qi dynasty at all costs. Everything was going according to the steps he wanted. He was able to move so easily, not because of his present cultivation and power, but because no one in the world could be like him, able to move between these factions. Even more importantly, no one could move between the Basin Kendo ground and the other factions. No one could borrow the power of the great rebels and the Basin Kendo ground. He admired his junior sect brother Ding Ning from the bottom of his heart. In the past, Wang Jingmeng had been invincible in the world. He had used the 9-death silkworm to transform into Ding Ning to cultivate again and hide in Changling. Now, he was able to take Jiaodong Commandery and gather the most experts in the world. But in the end, he could not represent the will of all the Qin people. There were many people who did not think like him. Right now, Jing Liuli was like many young and energetic Basin Kendo ground cultivators who had just succeeded in forging swords. From a certain point of view, Su Qin himself was a sharp and ownerless killing blade. Many people liked to borrow a knife to kill. Su Qin was happy to be borrowed to kill. As long as his strength and speed far surpassed those people's predictions, then the world would be filled with countless opportunities for him. Who would have thought that he could become the secret leader of the Qi cultivation world in such a short time? A chariot shrouded in black mist appeared in front of him. Pulling the carriage were 4 yin soul beasts with flames under their feet. This was a secret treasure of a sect in the Qi dynasty. These yin soul beasts were created through secret methods and would not be tired even if they traveled tens of thousands of miles. They were returning to Changling. This was returning to Changling after a long time. Yet, Su Qin did not feel any emotion at this time. Changling was just an ordinary place for him, and too small to contain his ambitions. Go! He ordered coolly. The carriage pulled by the yin soul beasts started to move, followed by 20 carriages shrouded in black energy. The Qi emperor had walked out of the tent. Under the protection of several academicians, he looked at his caravan from a distance. When he saw so many cultivators following Su Qin, his mind fluctuated violently again. He found that he did not have much ability to refuse this person. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, the other had grown strong. Chapter 821. When the Qi emperor was looking at Su Qin's departing carriage in shock, on the other side of the Yang and Qi camps, in the middle camp of the Yang army, the highest general of the Yang army, Zhong Gongyawuk, was worried. On his desk was a military report that had been sent from the Yang territory at the fastest speed. This military report showed that Ding Ning had left Jiaodong Commandery and entered the Yang territory. In reality, the news of Guanzhong's failure to assassinate Xu Fu had not come yet. So for the Yang and Qi armies at this time, the greatest variable was Ding Ning and the power in Jiaodong Commandery. In the hearts of the high-ranking generals of the Yang and Qi armies, Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu were destined to lose. In order to contain Ding Ning, the Yang dynasty had made preparations. At this time, his senior sect brother in White Goat Cave, Zhong Yi, was the country-guarding marquis of the Yang. Half of the Yang army left in the Yang territory were in Zhong Yi's lands. In name, they were under Zhong Yi's orders to stabilize the Yang territory, but in reality, they were imprisoning Zhong Yi so that Ding Ning would be wary of his actions. If Ding Ning left Jiaodong Commandery and entered the Yang territory, then he should quickly go to Zhong Yi's land, Zhongshu Commandery. But up until now, there were no signs of Ding Ning appearing in Zhongshu Commandery. Then where did he go? No one had expected that Ding Ning was in Wuyang Commandery, a commandery very far from Zhongshu Commandery of the Yang dynasty. When the long night passed, in the early morning of autumn, Ding Ning and a group of people appeared in Fuyang, a small county under Wuyang Commandery. 10 miles south of Fuyang, there was a forest. There were no mountain paths in the forest, but as Ding Ning passed through, a stone door inexplicably appeared in a certain part of the forest. Ding Ning did not seem to look at the characters and seal scripts on the stone door. He just passed through the stone door and continued forward. Then he casually kicked down some stone steles in the forest. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed drastically. The dense forest suddenly disappeared, replaced by dozens of quaint Daoist temples. "Stop! Who are you?" Several shouts of shock and anger rang out. Dozens of figures shot out from the ancient Daoist palaces and landed in front of Ding Ning. They were all female cultivators. This was the true Swallow Water Palace. It was a place of seclusion and only accepted female disciples. Similar to some Daoist nunneries, it had almost no disciples outside. Even when the Yang, Qi, and Qin were fighting, the Pure Water Palace was just secluding itself from the world and did not participate in this kind of conflict. However, the top-secret mountain protecting formation seemed to have been closed by someone who knew how to close it. How could the cultivators inside not be shocked? A command talisman flew out from Ding Ning's hand, passing through most of the figures and landing in front of a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged female cultivator was shocked. The first sword of the world medallion. "Are you Ding Ning?" Ding Ning nodded in greeting and did not speak. "This one is Mu Tsungtong." The middle-aged female cultivator suppressed her shock and looked at Ding Ning. She said her name but could not say anything else. "I want all of you to come with me." Ding Ning looked at her and said calmly. Cries of surprise and gasps of cold air could be heard. The middle-aged female cultivator looked in disbelief at Ding Ning. She paused for many breaths and said, "My Pure Water Palace is only a place of seclusion." "I know." Ding Ning nodded. His simple response caused the middle-aged female cultivator and all the other female cultivators of the Pure Water Palace to become inexplicably angry. "Why?" Mu Tsungtong took a deep breath and straightened. She looked at Ding Ning. "I heard that the Basin Kendo ground is the first sword of the world. People admire not just for their sword skills, but because they follow rules and reason. I just want to ask, why do you want all of us to come with you?" Ding Ning did not answer her question. He calmly started to say names. Mu Tsungtong, Le Ling, Lu Zimo, Mu Yunjing, Zhao Guo. With each name he said, people's bodies would quickly stiffen. He said names for a long time and then stopped. Then he said, "I want all of you to come with me because I brought you out of the Qin. I want to take you back." Deathly silence. All the cultivators of the Pure Water Palace looked at him and did not dare to believe what they heard. But Mu Tsungtong and some of the older cultivators of the palace started to understand. Their hands started to tremble uncontrollably. Long ago, when the Basin Kendo ground led the army to fight against the Han, Zhao, and Wei, we had made arrangements in the Chu, Yang, and Qi. Ding Ning looked at these cultivators who had lost control of their emotions and continued to speak slowly and clearly. "Now, you know that Consort Zhao and some of the cultivators around her are people of the Basin Kendo ground. In the Yang, Zheng Xiu used the power of Jiaodong Commandery in the past to make an astounding move. She used many of Jiaodong Commandery's resources to make someone from Celestial Seal Sect, who might not have become the sect master, become the sect master of Celestial Seal Sect. So even though Celestial Seal Sect is so powerful, they still owe her many favors and must repay them. As for me, I helped the Pure Water Palace block a calamity back then. After that, I taught some students here. Later on, I sent some unfortunate girls who could not survive in the 3 realms of Qin, Han, Zhao, and Wei here for the Pure Water Palace to teach them cultivation. Celestial Seal Grandmaster is her chess piece, but Pure Water Palace is mine. I once said to some of you that when the time comes, I will need your help. The nameless ancestral master who had been worshipped in the sect hall was the first sword of the world back then. Mu Tsungtong faintly knew that this was the answer, but she still did not dare to believe it. How can you prove it? The pure water sword I taught you is the sword manual I taught Yi Xileng. But she had the sky and one water, so she had her own understanding and created different changes. Ding Ning said softly with some emotion. At this time, Mu Tsungtong and the others noticed the woman in white standing behind him. When the cultivators of Pure Water Palace looked at the woman in white, she did not look at them, and just looked up at the sky. Many silver raindrops fell down at this time. The rain drenched the hearts of these Pure Water Palace cultivators. Cries could be heard. Mu Tsungtong and most people immediately knelt down, so excited their voices trembled. Greetings, benefactor. Why do you only accept women and not men? Yi Xileng did not abstain from meat and vegetables. She teased, is this your unique quirk? Ding Ning turned his head and softly responded. Yi Xileng's smile immediately disappeared, and his eyebrows rose slightly. It turned out that many years ago, people with different temperaments made different choices. They all came from the Yu dynasty, but Zheng Xiu's long-term plan was to create the nether floats. His choice back then was to solve it in the world of cultivators. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.